We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of July the 20th, 2021. Before asking for the clerk to call the roll for tonight's regular meeting, could I get a motion to excuse Councilmember Falcone from tonight's study session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold to excuse Councilwoman Falcone from tonight's study session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Nixon,
Here.
Councilmember Black,
Here.
Councilmember Curtis,
Here.
Councilmember Pascal,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here, thank you. Our study session tonight is on the capital improvement program operational enhancements and a cross-Kirkland corridor update. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as you mentioned, we have two topics tonight. The first topic is CIP program operational enhancements, and that presentation is going to be made by our Capital Projects Manager, Rod Steitzer. We wanted to bring this topic to the council because, as you saw in the memo, our capital program is growing by leaps and bounds to match the growth happening in our region. And so the projects are getting more expensive and more complex, and we're in an environment where there's strong competition for engineers and staff, and also where commodity pricing and the cost of labor and materials is also going up. So it's pretty complicated out there, and we wanted to let the council know that we're doing all we can to keep making sure we deliver great projects on time and on budget. So I want to give you this presentation and then welcome any thoughts or questions the council has at the end. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Steitzer.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. Really excited to kind of actually come in and go over what we'll be doing in the CIP, what we have been working on for more than a year now. Like City Manager mentioned, there's a lot of challenges out there. We've seen COVID, we've seen just skyrocketing prices, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And so what we've been working on behind the scenes is a lot of stuff, looking at the CIP group, assessing what we do, how we do it, and our business practices. Just a few short slides here, actually, to kind of complement the memo packet for this topic. One thing I want to kind of go over is the influences on the CIP program, where we are on the environmental factors that we're working in, the conditions that we're working in, those kind of things. Also, talk a little bit about why we're conducting the assessments in the first place, what we have completed, what we found, those elements of those assessments, then also get into the operational enhancements. Why do we want to really look at this, to ensure we're keeping pace with the growth in the area? We want to make sure that we're delivering the quality of work that we've come for the level of service expectations, those kind of things. And when we're talking about these operational enhancements, we're talking about several factors, staffing, performance, prioritization, goals, processes. And that was one of the keys to the little graphic on the screen there, just kind of bringing it all together and seeing how all the gears kind of crunch together. I'd like to start out with the influences that we've been seeing over the past year in the CIP program. Growth is one. Growth is great for this program in a lot of reasons. It's great for the community. We see responses to this growth with a huge amount of private and public investments. Kirkland Urban, Totem Lake Mall on the private side. We have the public investments. We have both Sound Transit, WashDOT, and our own capital improvement growing. So these investments are responding to the growth so we can provide those level of services and infrastructure needed for the community, businesses, and the people that want to enjoy Kirkland. But what this has also done is created an enormous competition in the industry for where we are doing capital program work. Qualified staff. Everybody's really trying to get their top qualified staff so they can deliver their projects and meet their investment goals. We see increased costs. I think we've seen steel, wood, plastics, all across the board, these costs are being driven up. And what a lot of these things have done is really create opportunities for our highest qualified staff. And when we couple that with retirements that we've seen, we've had a few in CIP, what that has really done was presented a challenge in itself for the group. We have an overall reduction in current experience level for the group to deliver that higher capital improvement need. Another thing we've done over the past, greater than a year now, is responded to COVID. Thankful, I'm really happy as a council, city manager, everybody worked very supportive of identifying these essential projects to move forward, these investments. I'm really just, I can't even emphasize enough how important that is to me. That was such a great thing, I think. But it also required us to develop contract specifications. How are we working with the contractors to ensure our safety when we're doing these projects? How we're augmenting the staff. We've identified essentially employees that can go work at the job sites to ensure the projects are being delivered. And then we've also had to establish work from home remedies in a lot of situations. So that's been one of the influences on the program. And then, of course, another pro is we've implemented a new financial system, Munis. Now, this is a great system. It's robust. It's a system that does not have to necessarily rely on individual skill sets or knowledge. But with that, it creates an enormous upfront work log to validate and audit the data that's in the records right now. And we've been working very closely, partnering with finance to ensure that the records are accurate, to ensure the contract processes are followed. And so those are some of the influences on the program. But in that, we've had a lot of success in the last year. We've been able to continue to advance those projects forward. We've been conducting tours. So a couple of highlights on the pictures here. The fire station 24 is the one that's in the picture doing a council tour. We can even see the masks in that picture. So that one is advancing along very quickly. We're really great to have it's really fortunate to have a great team on that. The contractor's well organized, we're moving forward. We see other things, receipt of grants, $4.8 million grant for the Totem Lake Gateway. We have an APWA Project of the Year for Juanita Bathhouse and the beach. Fantastic result on that project, really cool. The greenways, we're continuing our non-motorized program, safety, those kind of things. So we see greenways reaching completion. And then the combination of projects that we have in Totem Lake, kind of bringing together the coordination. We have the Totem Lake Park with its walkway, we have the gateway, we have the Totem Lake connector under construction right now. In fact, the drilling was happening today for the shafts, 60 feet deep, 4 feet wide, pretty cool, pretty cool. So I just wanted to kind of take a minute here and touch about why we're conducting the assessments. With the competition for resources, we see our experience level of the staff go down, and we see market conditions going up. And we've also had some challenges as we've been managing the projects, financial challenges, schedule challenges, contract control of work challenges, and those kind of things. And so when we observed that as a team, we wanted to make sure that we were ensuring the delivery of the program and at a quality of work that we've all come to enjoy. So we conducted assessments. We actually conducted 3 assessments. One of the assessments was done by an outside consulting firm, ROC, project management consulting firm. Took a look, they evaluated our program. They interviewed over 33 staff and stakeholders for their assessment. they conducted interviews with other neighboring agencies as well. We did that exact same, a slightly different exercise, but we did a peer review with neighboring agencies internally as well. And the third one that we did was Public Works Director worked with a consultant to assess the group independently of those assessments. And bringing those all together, there were some themes that kind of jumped out. One theme was oversight. We've seen the experience level go down. We've seen some staff turnover. And to bring up the level of the project management skills for our team, we see that a theme is, hey, let's provide some more oversight. And the next slide or two, I'll have how that's happening. We also really understand, I think with a lot of agencies in the region, early identification of scope definition, the projects. What are we doing? Getting clarity on that. How does projects that are going on in the program, a transportation project and a utility project, how do those come together? And then the scope of the project itself, getting clarity on that reduces rework for the design and even scoping of that design. And then our processes. We had an extensive, really good process for our project managers to follow. But as we found in the assessments is we needed to dust those off a little bit, bring them up to date, integrate the transition for our financial system, kind of did a little bit of fine tuning on our processes. And then lastly, training. We actually have been conducting workshops to make sure that our project managers are at getting the basics behind the project management. And we actually have established a weekly ongoing project management series for training within the group. So I just want to touch really quickly on a few of the highlights, and these are found in the attachment B of the packet. There are a list of the 24 things that we've been working on, and there's probably a few more that I could add on to that. But I kind of grouped them into these three common traits. One is staffing and the structure of the division. This is primarily to provide that oversight, provide some assurances, and bring in some technical abilities and skill sets into the group so that we can ensure the delivery and the quality of the work. So we had a couple of positions, a project engineer position and an administrative position. We converted those to a second supervisor and a senior financial analyst. We also took a look at aligning senior staff members, identifying their expert skills and align them with junior staff members who were taking on projects that needed certain type of skill levels to deliver. So we did that. And then what we have also done is we've identified a project setup PM in our organizational structure, and we're going to be looking to fill that soon. What that PM is going to be doing is really focusing on integrating and partnering with various groups within the city, the owners and the stakeholders. It's also going to be taking a look at how the CIP can come together, working closely with finance as well. Another kind of convenient grouping is performance and partnering. We conducted, Public Works Director and I, early in January, conducted an open house to reach out to consultants, suppliers, contractors, and the idea there was to generate some excitement about our ambitious program. And the other thing that was about is taking the feedback that we've heard, saying, hey, we would like to bring in more opportunities for a variety, cast the net wide for a variety of partners that we want to work with, getting the word out of what we've got coming up, building those relationships, and making sure that everybody knows Kirkland is interested in partnering with them. The other thing that we've done in the partnering and performance arena is we've done those trainings. We've implemented training routines and we've aligned the staff. That's really a great thing. We've already seen some positive feedbacks out of that. And we've also established interdepartmental regular meetings. I know I meet weekly with the city attorney's office. We meet weekly with the planning department. We have an ongoing relationship with parks, and finance is a daily contact that we have, bringing in the senior financial analyst to help us along the way. So that's really a great improvement that we've got going on. In terms of processes, early scoping of projects. Within the group, we refer to this as Gemba walks, and that's an on-site walk of the project, looking for things, what are opportunities to complete this project, scope of work, define it better, and identify if there's going to be any conflicts or issues out there in the field. When we do these Gemba walks, we bring in those partners, the project owners, stakeholders, finance. We even bring in the outreach team to accomplish those so that we get a comprehensive look at what the project needs for delivery. Another thing we've done is we've developed financial charters. We do have a great financial system. What the financial charters are allowing us to do is integrate project management skill needs into the financial system. We've also established a lean process for the CIP development itself. We're validating the content, mostly through those Gemba walks and working with the project owners. We have a fund balancing routine that we have established. We're evaluating risks, integrating risks so that we can put those countermeasures in place to react to those risks or account for those risks. And we have a few other things. A lot of them are group process improvements. We have established and updated our weekly check-ins between not only the seniors and the junior staff, but the supervisors and the seniors as well. We have, this is a COVID-related thing, we have an online weekly group stand-up meeting, just a review of all the projects. And we're coordinating with permitting and the legal teams. So those are just a few of the operational enhancements we're doing. Looking forward, we're looking to, in fact, we had 3 supervisor interviews today. So we're looking to fill the CIP supervisor in the next week or so. We also have interviews scheduled later this week for a vacant PM position that we have. Performance and partnering, we're continuing to work on roles and responsibility with a variety of groups. Finance is one that I'd like to highlight. We've seen the transition into the new financial system, and what that's requiring is for us to kind of take a look at our processes, understand how we can create opportunities and efficiencies for the review of the work that's going on. And I'll use grant reimbursement for one thing. Our PMs are providing a roadmap of the expenditures. We use the senior financial analyst and the accounting staff to make sure that we recover those grant reimbursements on the eligible expenses. That's had a number of successes already. Another thing that we're doing, and this is really an interesting thing, is portfolio metrics and scorecards. So the portfolio metrics are something we're developing for how is the program performing, the number of projects, the progression of those projects, the barometer of the entire program. The scorecards are a little more fine details for the projects themselves. What kind of things are we looking at? Time, cost, change orders, those kind of things. And as we develop those, I know that I would welcome any feedback on performance measures that we'd like to see as an organization and see how we can integrate those into the project management. The last bullet there, partnering and performing, is really ongoing working relationships with those partners, such as contractors, consultants, suppliers. It's something very important to both me and Public Works Director. We talk about that quite a bit, actually, and how can we enhance that. As far as processes go, 3 major bullets here. We're developing, I guess this is a technical term, a financial cube. And what that is it's in a way to read our financial system. And what the power that will allow us to do is a lot of our projects we combine together. We'll have multiple projects being constructed under one contract. So what this will do is it will allow us to monitor the budgets for multiple projects as we're going through one contract for those. So that's a really key feature that we'd like to do. I know that we're working very closely with finance on reconciling the data that we have in the system. We'll refer to that as the project ledger reconciliation. And then due to growth and complexity, as we go forward, reviewing how we can use the CIP sheet as more of an informative document for the project managers and the finance team. I guess I'll stop there. I do want to highlight the picture on the screen here. What we're looking at is 132nd Square Park looking north. And I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but this truck here and where this excavator is, that's where just even a couple of weeks ago, we did the groundbreaking with the shovel ceremony. So you can see a lot of work going on at 132nd Square Park. Really excited to see that. I think I'll pause there. Those are all the slides that I have, and open it up for questions and discussion and go from there.
Thanks, Rod. What a great presentation. And look at the hole we started digging. That's fabulous. Council, I think this is a great presentation. I am amazed at what we've been able to accomplish, particularly over the course of this COVID year. You guys you're operating like a finely tuned machine as far as I'm concerned. So let me see who else would like to say anything. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Rod, for the presentation and the detailed information in the packet. One of the things I wanted to drill in on is kind of the early scoping of the projects. The Rock Report talked about having more detail on the things that are idea projects, things we know we'd like to do. Maybe they're not funded, maybe they're not in the current CIP, but things we want to do in the future. I am all for the work and things like the Jimbo Walk to really define the scope of those and make sure that we have really good understanding of those idea projects. But one thing that occurred to me from some of the more recent projects, that as we actually move these into real projects and fund them and start to build them, we may, as a council, have different priorities or different scope ideas. An example of this is the Juanita Beach House, where that project's been on the books since before the 2012 Parks Levy. We finally get to the point where it's funded and the project starts, and we have a great idea of saying, well, since we're going to have to change the playground, we want to make the playground accessible. And I just want to make sure that as we're doing more of the work up front and defining these projects, that we still have the ability to check in and review before things get to what the Rock Report called the ready phase.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And one of the things that we're doing, like for Juanita Drive, I know we've shared some of those concepts and ideas early, and as that's progressing, we're doing that. I think that's a fantastic idea because it does provide that opportunity to take a look at what the objectives and goals of the project and the outcome should be. So I made a note of that, and I love it. That's a great idea.
Thank you.
It is, and I think that applies to the 100th Street project as well, because we sort of, as it's come along. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think many of you know that I'm pretty passionate about capital projects. So they're very important. This is where we build and invest in the city, or one of the ways that we do that. The work is always highly visible. It really has a direct impact on the quality of life. And so really pleased to see that we've taken the time to understand what we're doing well in the capital project team, and also where we can improve. And I think the findings, when I read them, they hit on many of the items that I was thinking about or that I had seen over time, either as a council member or as someone that's been involved in the city for a number of years. And one of the things that I think it really hit on quite well was the staffing and how important that is to retain folks that have the experience and the knowledge set to really kind of manage these projects that are millions and millions of dollars sometimes. And I agree that the early scoping meetings are helpful, particularly I would say for those situations where in the budget we adopt a capital project, but we don't know a lot about it yet. Wanting to drive improvements is one example where it's good to kind of know a little bit more about what the intentions are and what we hope to do early on, because those things will really influence, one, who we use as designers, and then two, how we really budget for it appropriately, particularly in that case where we were going out to seeking bonds. The other thing that I thought was really interesting was how we looked at other agencies that were similar to us. And it was good to see that. I think that was really helpful, how they're organized, what we could learn from them or what we're doing better than them in many cases. So that was good. It was good to see. And I think there are some things to learn from Olympia. But at the end of the day, too, the other thing that I really think about is that performance and accountability. That's part of any capital program, and things can go wrong pretty quickly. So glad to see that we're really focused on that we have a new financial system. I would be really interested in making sure that we track schedules a little bit more. I know that we track budgets, but those are interrelated. And I know that there's been a number of projects that have been delayed for months or years, and might be for very good reasons, but schedules should also be tracked appropriately. And then I like the last recommendation where kind of circling back to see how things are working, right? Recognizing that we got to still work out some kinks at times, and maybe things won't go as planned. Some things, just to wrap up, a couple things that this didn't touch on that I think we should think about in the future at some point is kind of further relationship building with our contractors and consultants. I think they do a good amount of the work, and you really need to work with them almost like staff, right? And so continue that cultivation of relationships. But at the same time, we also need to think about how we can invest in our in-house capabilities so we don't always have to rely upon consultants to do work. So I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot here for those of you who know my business. And then the last thing is the contracting processes. Really would like to see how we can streamline selection processes for designers, but also allow for greater opportunities for companies to pursue opportunities in Kirkland. And I think we're looking at that as part of our equity evaluation, but I think that's something that I'm going to be really interested in seeing where that goes, because I think there are some ways we can improve that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments. Anybody else have comment on this item? You got more for us, Rod?
No, other than truly a sincere thank you to Julie, all the managers I work with, Michael, Lynn, everybody, Kurt, as the city manager. I talk with them a lot, all the time, and just thank you for all the support. That's it.
Thanks, Rod. You're doing a great job.
Sure.
Okay, city manager, want to take us to the cross corridor master plan update?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the second topic is our cross-Kirkland corridor update, and part of the reason we put this on the agenda for a study session is we haven't talked a lot about this in quite a while, since the original master plan and a lot of the early implementation. But there's quite a few things that are starting to come back around. for action, particularly with the RAC that Deputy Mayor Arnold is our representative on. And so we just thought it'd be a really good time to sort of remind everybody about the corridor, what the master plan says, things we've accomplished, and sort of a little bit of a look forward. And again, we're just looking for any council comments or input after the presentation. And so here to walk you through it is our transportation planner, Kimberly Scrivener.
Welcome, Kimberly.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to share my screen. One moment, please. All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me tonight. Tonight, I'll be talking about the Cross Kirkland corridor and particularly where we are in implementing our master plan. So after this slide, I only have about 15 slides after this. I'll talk about our progress and implementation of the master plan, talk a little bit about the RAC work plan, give you an update on the fiber and conduit development, and then receive your feedback on where we head next. So our master plan goals. So in terms of these 4 goals, Connect Kirkland is really about crossings, connections, wayfinding, creating more than one type of trail, connecting to transit and beyond the city. Fostering a greener Kirkland is about ecology and stewardship. A unique place is really about honoring history, art, programming along the corridor, and treating the corridor as a destination, and then activating the corridor in terms of its edges, strengthening businesses and development, and then evolving out from the corridor. I like this slide because I stole this from a previous presentation quite some time ago, but I like how it shows you the timeline of where we started and when the master plan was complete and how that relates to when the trail was actually built. So the master plan is divided into various character zones. So my approach today is to walk through the various character zones in terms of how far we've come in terms of implementing the master plan, because some zones are more built out than others. So we're going to start from the south. I can get through this pretty quickly. The Yarrow Woods start from the South Kirkland Park and Ride up to about Northeast 53rd Place. This is pretty forested edge, so there are a lot of, and due to topography issues, we don't have a ton of access points. We do have a connection to the Watershed Park. There are a couple connections that we've identified that haven't been built yet. What's kind of interesting about this section is that we have been approached by some multifamily private developments that have connections up to our property line that want, the city to improve the connection on our side, but they still want to keep their locked gate. And so that conversation's been interesting about, we would like to, work with them if they, spend public resources, but only if they were to allow the general public. And so those have been some interesting conversations in that neighborhood. Moving on, in terms of the Houghton Porch, this is where we start to get more open views of the water. There are a lot more connections to street grids and a lot more established connections in this area. A lot of these connections have been built by partnerships with the community, which has been a really good example of stewardship, which is also one of the goals of the master plan. Once you get into the convergent zone, that starts just south of Terrace Park all the way through the Google campus. And as many of you know, this is probably the most developed portion of the Cross Kirkland corridor. Once we get to the Everest Edge, this is more of a green belt. This section touches on the goals related to history, stewardship, and working with our community. So as you all know, the the connection to the history of the train with the new depot site there. There has been a lot of volunteerism to remove invasive species in this area and partnership with the community and the city to replant native species. A lot of the volunteers have been able to acquire some plants through their own connections privately and also through our Green Kirkland partnership. A good element to this is also the improvement to the connections to Everest Park. Part of that's been improved by volunteerism, a new fence that's been built along that connection up to the street. And we look forward to potential future development in this area to also connect better to Everest Park. And then once we get to Norkirk Edge, this is where we're touching more on our art. So the beautiful mural under the 85th Street Ridge. And then the biggest, this extends, it's a shorter segment and extends just north of the maintenance center. And the potential here is more likely if that storage unit gets redeveloped, and that will be an opportunity for more of a mixed use district. This section does include, in my opinion, one of our most important connections to the CKC at 7th Street, as it is one of the easiest access and closest access from downtown. And then once you get into Highlands Pass, this area starts just around Peter Kirk Elementary and extends all the way through Forks Creek, the Forks Creek area. This starts to get into our parks connections, so connections to Crestwood and Cotton Hill Parks and Forks Creek Drive. There are a number of connections that exist here. There are a number of connections that have been identified that have not been built yet. Has also been conversation about a better emergency access from Forks Creek Drive through in using one of the connections here. And so this is a little bit more less developed, a lot of opportunity. And then once you get into the active zone, this is where we start to see more light industrial. And so this section is less developed in terms of what the master plan says. So this gets into more opportunities where development would really enhance the trail, or excuse me, the corridor in the section. Currently, there's some really beautiful environmental mitigation here. In the setting, there's a lot of wetlands, but at the same time, this area is right next to the Eastside Tennis, the Gold's Gym, the Seattle Badminton Club. There's also Hope Link right next to it. And so the idea for this segment is to have a more of an active implementation of amenities along the corridor that facilitate more kind of exercise and that type of thing. And so that is one area that we have there's a lot more improvements to make. And then the next section is Totem Lake. And please forgive me, my next slide has a lot of information in it. It does not follow the same formatting, but I borrowed this from another presentation that we made. And I just feel like when we talk about Totem Lake, it is so much easier to talk about it in a map because there's so much going on. I'll walk through this a little bit. So of course, A is our Cross Kirkland corridor. The section B, you'll hear about more later in your council meeting, but that is the currently owned by King County section that is planned to be built later this summer. The Redmond Central Connector, C, is to be completed in 2024. We have the Totem Lake Gateway project that has a new shared use path. We have protected bike lanes that are coming with the 124th widening. Of course, we have the Totem Lake Connector Bridge. Down here at the bottom, this is our the northern section of our first two neighborhood greenways that will be built and finished this summer. And then H is our third greenway that we recently received funding from PSRC. That would be the Stores to Shores, Stores being Totem Lake, Shores being downtown. That's funded by PSRC through construction in 2023. And so we're working on the design right now. These double lines are existing bicycle lanes. Actually, probably should have updated this map because we have additional bike lanes on 120th and Totem Lake. And then we have 3 new connections that are happening. The 132nd crossing, we're working with King County. We're expected to finalize that in the next coming months. That comes from in terms of the planning. So $100,000 was secured through the Parks Levy and to study, and we will be looking at both at grade and grade separated crossings here. This one will be a challenge. There are 5 lanes here. And there often is a backup at the turn signal that extends through where that crossing would be. And so it'll be interesting to see how that study turns out. And so that's just gone back and forth through a couple rounds of legal review. But again, we're looking forward to getting that going in the next couple months, if not a couple weeks. The crossing right in the middle is related to new development with the auto dealership. I won't dwell on that one. You'll hear more about that later this evening. And then the and then the crossing at 139th, that is the what we call the hairpin crossing. We have conducted a traffic study looking at speed volumes and sight distances. And based on our current criteria, we feel that that an RFD is not necessarily required. And so this interim plan to stripe that intersection, put in a street light and signs, and then follow up with an RFD a little bit later, we still feel that that crossing is going to be safe based on that travel study. And so we're working on partnering with King County on that one too, as they build out this section of the trail. So forgive me for putting so much information in the slide, but just looking at a map in this area, I feel like it really communicates all of the wonderful work that's happening in Totem Lake. And the last thing I'll mention is that this $30 million number is really just these bigger projects, Totem Lake, the Gateway Project, the Willows Connector, and 124 in the Greenway. It doesn't include all of the other elements that I talked about. And so incredible amount of investment in this area. And so exciting to see all these connections as well. So of course, the master plan also includes, is in a multi-use corridor. So other elements are planned, as noted in your council memo. This was adopted before Sound Transit 3 was passed, which the master plan anticipated light rail along the corridor. As well as the opportunity for having a separated pathway to separate faster rollers from slower walkers. And so these elements are still, of course, pieces that we will continue to work on as a city and figure out how to implement over time. And then the transit component may look somewhat different, and that'll be for council to decide in terms of what that looks like. Some ideas have been the potential for electric vehicles or automated shuttle type vehicles as opposed to actual light rail on a separate alignment, or combining them with more of the fast moving rollers, since there's so many people owning electric bikes and moving pretty fast along the corridor. And you'll have to forgive me for this next slide too. It's a little colorful. I did want to talk a little bit about some of our work related to signs. The wayfinding is one of the goals, is part of one of the goals in our plan. And as you know, as many of you may have seen, we have the maps along the corridor that are currently finding maps. They're getting older. They're looking a little weathered. They're on corrugated boards. As you can see, there's this "You Are Here" example where people are obviously looking at it, touching it, and wearing it down. as we replace these maps, it'll give us a really good opportunity to include other elements without adding so many new signs and sign clutter to the corridor. So for instance, the new East Trail logo will likely want to add somewhere along the corridor. These maps will probably be a good place for that, to identify that the Cross Kirkland corridor is part of the East Trail. We've also had a lot of interest from our local groups contributing to informing us about local history along the corridor, and really think that these signs are an opportunity and provide some space to talk about Kirkland's legacy and history, about rail and maritime and other industries. And so that also provides us a really good opportunity to add new information. The other thing I know council's heard a lot about are bathrooms. So this will be an opportunity for us to identify where our bathrooms are. There's one at Crestwoods Park. There's going to be a new one at Barrett and Spur Park in an expansion. There's going to be one at the Totem Lake Park. So that'll give us an opportunity to also communicate to the public where those are. And then the last thing I'll mention on this slide is that we have been working with our Parks Department to combine the Parks and Trails map with the Cross Kirkland Corridor paper maps. Both of those maps were so similar, just had different things. So we've been working really closely with Parks on combining those. And so just wanted to let you all know that. You may hear about that more at another date. I will also mention the colloqua. The reason why we're bringing up the colloqua in this presentation is because they're currently stored on the pieces are currently stored on the trail, at least the larger wheel houses. There's been effort in the past to try to make these into art pieces, which didn't really work out. I do have to acknowledge our Martha Chaudhry from our city manager's office, who spent quite a bit of time pre-COVID really costing out what it would take to remediate these pieces, reach out to the port and, for instance, like Washington Technical College, to see if there was a potential to partner on making these pieces something that the public can interact with. And one of the things we heard was that the fact that there was lead paint on them was a huge barrier. Nobody wanted to touch them. And also thanks to Martha Chaudhry and also SRM. So SRM will be taking the larger portal piece and incorporating that in the Barrett and Spur Park. That'll actually be cut up and kind of put into an art piece. But while their contractors were out there, we were able to get a good price and to have the same contractors remediate our pieces as well. And so we were able to get that accomplished. That project just finished about a week ago. Also thanks to our facilities department, who followed up after the paint removal to seal the pieces, because they'll rust in a couple days and they're not sealed immediately. And so these pictures on the bottom are what they look like today. And they, as you can see, all of the rust and the lead paint is gone. They are now sealed. We've actually heard from a group recently that's interested in bringing volunteerism and potential money with some interest in what to do with these pieces next. So what we'll be doing is figuring out what to do with them now, whether they stay where they are, how can we get them into a place where the public can interact with them. There's a couple ideas right now. They're behind the maintenance center and they could be lifted up. There's a nice viewpoint. So we'll come up with a kind of an a la carte. How do we secure them and make them safe so the public can interact with them? And then other add-ons would be, do we lift it so that people can see the view? Do we move them? Do we make them ADA accessible? And so more to come on that. I don't want to dwell on this too long, but did want to update you on the colloqua. And then, of course, another goal in our master plan is to extend and connect beyond our community, and that involves our our coordination with the East Shore Regional Advisory Council. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold, for being chair, and who is just reelected, how do you say, for another 2-year term of that vice chairship. So thank you for your service. I did want to update the council a little bit on the work plan. So in the past, council has been asked, in June 2017, council was asked to participate in a cost sharing agreement to fund the branding of the East Trail. And then again in October 2019 to participate in a cost sharing agreement to fund the East Trail Partners nonprofit group, which you heard about at your last council meeting. So I just wanted to introduce you a little bit to the work plan. The RAC has not yet talked about cost sharing yet, but it may come up. This is something that was talked about at the RAC meeting yesterday, a little bit about data collection along the corridor. They're putting together a 10-year plan. Kirkland, we have 3 portable counter locations. We've been collecting counts on the Cross Kirkland corridor for a long time. We essentially have a sensor and then a loop. So between the two, we can conduct both bicycle and pedestrian counts. So as this project moves forward, we can talk about whether we want more permanent counters and have our own portable counters out for other uses in the city or add more. King County is just in the process of costing this out. There's been no conversation yet about cost sharing or who would manage this or who would be involved. But just wanted to introduce you to both our counts in our section and how we do that, and what's kind of being planned over time. This would include also a dashboard on King County's website on user counts. So that is that piece. And before I move on, the next topic is about fiber. I'm just going to pause if there are any questions about the master plan or the RAC. Sure. None. I'm going to move on. I'm going to do my best to talk about the East Trail fiber and the conduit development. So as part of our master plan, again, one of the uses is utility and technology, and in terms of being a multi-use corridor. So King County has been leading this effort. So far, they've put together a feasibility report that really put together the conceptual plan and a cost estimate, and then some high-level business models. And then they conducted a return on investment report, which is a little bit of a litmus test on those business models, and also in terms of reaching out to companies to figure out their levels of interest. And there was a kind of a range of interest from companies. Some were, really ready to just turnkey, take the whole project on. And before I talk about that, let me talk a little bit about the 3 business models that are proposed. There's the public build, which would essentially be public entities, which would build, own, and manage the fiber and the conduit along the corridor. There is the option to have a single provider to build, own, and operate fiber along the corridor. And then there's a potential for a hybrid model. Apparently during the return on investment, when the county was working on the ROI, a lot of companies were holding their cards close to their chest a little, but did express, various levels of interest with these various business models. Probably the most interest with the single provider model. There's a little bit of hesitation with figuring out the cost sharing element. But oh boy, where did my slide go? I had two more slides left, but I'll talk through them. So essentially the next stage for the fiber project is to put together an MOU for and I'm hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, everybody. Let me stop sharing. So while I'm talking, I'll bring up my other version of this, and maybe I can pull up the other slide. Hold on. But essentially, the next stage is the memorandum of understanding, which is non-binding, that is essentially trying to get all of the owners and interested parties to agree to work on putting fiber in the corridor. The next stage, what the county is proposing is to put together an RFP to go out and try to identify a company that is interested in putting fiber along the corridor. And the reason why that they're doing the RFP in advance of the actually deciding on a business model. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let me share my screen one more time. Let's see. All right. There we go. Can you see the next steps slide?
We're still on 15.
You're still on 15. You can't see 16.
No.
Okay, one more time, I'm sorry. All right, do you see 16?
We do.
Awesome, okay, apologize about that. So the idea for the request for proposal is to identify a company and or opportunities to partner with the private sector. Apparently, all of the three business models are still on the table. The other piece that we're talking about is how we identify our return on our any existing investment, so any existing conduit that we already have in the corridor, or any future investment that we make and how we get return on that investment, as well as any revenue sharing, and then a common lease agreement or vendor contract. And so essentially, if a company is chosen to put fiber along the corridor, there's no expectation that, for instance, that would go through King County back to, we would still own our corridor, and we would choose to lease directly with any company. So that's a common lease agreement, so that, you know, a company could lease directly with Kirkland and then county, but there would be some similarity in that type of contract. And so it's a lot to talk about in a short period of time. But right now, the first stage is just this non-binding MOU to say we're going to all work together to try to figure it out. But the King County's request for proposal is, they already have a draft. So that is, yeah. So it's a lot to unpack there. I hope I apologize for my missing my slides.
Kimberly, can I interrupt for just 1 second?
Please.
Jay, could you fill us in on, is it East Rail driving this work, or is this the county?
For the fiber work, the technical work is being done by the county in preparing the MOU. Kimberly can talk about how that's bubbling up through the staff group, but the county has, we're about 6 months into a 2-year process where this MOU is kind of the first step. And as Kimberly has said, the contracts, the agreements, the revenue share between the owners are all things that would have to be worked out and agreed to within the individual owner jurisdictions.
Thank you. Go ahead and finish up, Kimberly.
Okay, well, that is, and unless anybody has any more comments about fiber, my last slide is really about cycling back to, since we talked about the implementation of the plan, where we are, some of the other elements such as outreach and coordination with our neighbors and other elements such as fiber. Now we're really seeking guidance about where we go next in terms of whether or not to update the master plan. So should council decide to update the master plan, there are some additional elements that we could include. In terms of the timing, we have some plan updates, the active transportation plan, parks and recreation, and our and next year our transportation master plan. And so should council decide to update the master plan, the staff recommendation would be to do that in the 2023-2024 budget. So that's where we are. Realize I didn't share that, excuse me. This is where we are, and that's my last slide.
Okay. Thank you, Kimberly. It's a great presentation. So council, I see Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 or 3 questions. First, about the Cross Kirkland Corridor Bridge over Kirkland Way. I didn't see anything in the report about it. But as you know, there's a lot of community interest in it, especially with the recurring truck crashes. It really seems that replacing the bridge with one that's both higher and wider or longer would not only solve the problem of trucks crashing into it, but would also be an opportunity to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety on Kirkland Way by adding sidewalks and bike lanes and improving visibility around the curve so that people can see both intersections on either side of the bridge. And it would also improve connections to the CKC in that area. So my first question is, for Kimberly or whoever knows, do we have a replacement of that bridge in the CKC master plan or in the unfunded CIP now? And if not, what would it take to get it on there so we can take advantage of grant opportunities that come up?
So if I can, our public works director sitting next to me is off camera because we don't have all the cameras set up yet. So Julie Underwood, and she let me know that the replacement for this bridge is in the unfunded list, but I don't believe the replacement of the bridge is specifically called out in the CKC master plan, but Julie or Kimberly can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
I do not believe that is in the master plan.
So that's something I would like us to consider adding to the CKC master plan or the transportation plan or both. And my other questions are more about things that would be done in the interim, which don't necessarily directly relate to the trail itself. But I'd like to take the opportunity, since we have Public Works in the room, to ask these questions now. One is, do we have a scheduled update on the effectiveness of the new signs on reducing crash rates?
So Joel Funt, Transportation Manager. Yes, so those signs did go in last, the end of 2020, and we are keeping track of the number of reported bridge strikes that we get. as we understand, we don't necessarily, they don't all necessarily get reported to and get something that we can document. But that is something that we do plan to monitor once we have enough data to compare with previous years, so we can evaluate the effectiveness of the signage that we implemented.
Thanks, Joel. And I think I emailed you separately. I would love to get some thoughts brought back to the council about what's the next interim thing we would try to reduce the number of crashes into the bridge. When we made the decision to do the signs, there were several options presented. And I think that there may be some other options that have come up, and I'd love to get some feedback on what else we could try. One of those things that has come up in social media discussions is the idea that if we painted very colorful murals, maybe with a diversity theme on both sides of the bridge, the abutments and the deck, that it might make the bridge more visible, and that might make a difference. I heard through the grapevine that the Cultural Arts Commission might be considering doing a call for proposals for murals on the bridge that would be funded by the city, as opposed to being just kind of a rogue mural painting operation. Is that correct? Is there some work being done on that idea of having murals on the bridge?
I'll take
Rumors.
that one. We did hear from a member of the public who actually submitted some field staff, and actually submitted a couple design ideas. And we forwarded that to our city manager's office and the cultural commission, or the arts commission, excuse me. And I did hear from our CMO staff that there has been some work to talk about murals in the city and looking for places. And so that's what I know.
Well,
City manager, do you have anything else on that?
Yeah, so I was trying to see if I could reach Jim Lopez. So I know we are doing the RFP for murals, a call for murals. I don't know if this was a designated spot that we put there, but it's certainly something that we could include. I know, and maybe Joel wants to comment on this. I know one of the concerns about something too colorful was it could also possibly be distracting, and we already have a big challenge of what are people looking at as they're driving down there with trucks. So whatever we did there, we'd want to make sure it makes things better, not worse, if that was painted.
Yeah, typically the approach is to limit visual clutter that takes away from signage that is providing the message that of the bridge's height and that type of thing. We have done quite a bit of research, and the signage has been in a fairly short period of time. It was a low cost solution, but in what we have looked at around all the different options that we looked at is that they that don't address the height issue specifically, is that in talking to other communities that deal with similar kinds of issues, is that overheight vehicles continue to strike the bridge kind of regardless of what mitigation strategy that is put in place. And they have varying degrees of effectiveness, but none of them are foolproof, I guess.
thanks, Joel. And so, Madam Mayor, I have one other point I want to make. It's not related to the bridge. But earlier in Kimberly's presentation, she asked this question about private connections to the trail. And I just wanted to say that I, for one, would be okay with those, assuming that there is an appropriate easement and conditions, approval of designs and materials the cost of construction and maintenance is fully paid by the adjacent property owner. I kind of analogize this to what we do with people building driveways. We don't require them to end their driveway at the property line. We let them actually extend their driveway over the public right-of-way to connect to the pavement. And I kind of see that as being similar to people putting steps or a path, a sidewalk even, from the end of their property across the down to the CKC. Like I said, I would like to have a lot of standards around that, and I would like the city to approve the design, et cetera, and have some kind of a maintenance agreement. But in general, I'm supportive of the idea of making the trail more accessible to people, particularly for multifamily. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Kimberly, thanks for the presentation. Really proud of all the work that's happened over the years. It's pretty neat to see. In regards to the question on the master plan update, perhaps, there's a couple things that I was thinking about that I wanted to share. One is when that question was first asked, the first thing that popped up into my head was, well, is a full update really needed? And I don't know the full answer to that. I mean, I think we want to hear from more than just us, but the community. But maybe it's a targeted update. Maybe it's something that's focused more on implementation of some key things that come out of these other planning opportunities. So that's kind of what I'm thinking a little bit. I'd be interested in talking about that more. More of kind of a way to really identify what's next over the next 5 years, perhaps, or something like that. I'm concerned to kind of going all the way back to starting with the visioning process and going through the values. And, it's really, where do we want to focus the energy and resources, I guess, on the update is the question. And for me, it's more about implementation of the next things. And I think it's really about not just connections and I think it's really about these big questions about how do we provide additional space for the vast amount of users that are not just using it today, but will continue to use it in the future as we build more residences and more businesses locate to Totem Lake and downtown and so forth. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm also wanting to make sure that we really, one of the early things that I hope to see is that wayfinding signage that we talked about a few meetings ago. I think that's something that doesn't need the master plan update, but be another early kind of investment to move forward. And then the only other thing I'd add is just thank Councilmember Nixon for refereeing the online social media about the truck eating bridge. It's quite overwhelming to me. I don't know how you do it. But thanks for that. Thanks for responding to the comments. I agree that I really do want to see a long-term solution there and interested in the mural concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kimberly. It was really great to see the progress and the timeline on what's happened over the last 6 or 7 years. It really is striking when you put it all together, how much we've done and how much we are just continuing to realize the vision of the master plan. A couple of comments for the questions that were asked in the packet. First, just want to reiterate my support for signing the fiber MOU and starting that process along to see what kind of interest is there. In addition to the chance for a potential revenue share. We're not talking about necessarily a cost share, but a revenue share given the opportunities here. There are some benefits to the city. We talk about the different business models, and within those business models, preserving the ability to potentially do municipal broadband, That may be something that is interesting, but most importantly, it really is starting to figure out how the different owners start to work together as we develop the whole East Trail corridor. And so, yes, there's going to be a lot of details coming up. Yes, we'll have a chance as a council to review the upcoming agreements and contracts before anything is built, leased, or whatever. But I do think this whole process of figuring out how we work together is going to be important. Secondly, on the question about private connections, I am actually skeptical at allowing a private connection for private benefits. If there were things like we have done with our waterfront, where that there are public pathways that are available during daytime hours, where there's some sort of public access, and we are having something that has some public benefit, I think it's something we need to look at very, very closely. So I think we need further discussion on that. And then finally, on the master plan, the adopted cross-curricular corridor master plan generally still applies. The overall themes and goals around connections and parks and arts and events still apply. The character zones really do look at how things are different in different parts of the corridor, and the things we want to focus on still apply. So I support what Councilmember Pascal is talking about, where we're really not talking about redoing the master plan, but it's more of a cross-curricular corridor action plan. It's identifying the next set of priority projects that we're doing. It's talking about some of the things on page 45 in the packet to say, as this corridor gets used more, how do we go start looking at segments where we can create that parallel paved corridor for rolling, separating from walking? How can we enable more public amenities like further Ferreton Spur? How do we continue to make this the greenest corridor in America and make it useful for surface water and air quality? Maybe an area where, from our tree discussion, that is a tree planting receiving location. And then also, how do we catalyze more businesses to be having their back porch or maybe even their front porch oriented to the corridor and linking to that. And then finally, the opportunities to say, how do we use this as we have Totem Lake and downtown and use that for connectivity between our centers. I do think an action plan can identify the next set of priorities and projects that will set aside the direction of things we can fund, seek partnerships, and implement over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Curtis.
Well, I just have to say, well done, Deputy Mayor. That I couldn't have done that better. That was a great vision, and I agree. I feel like we have done a fabulous job of taking advantage of opportunities, and with an action plan, I think we need to look at what we need to prioritize now. Adding to the Deputy Mayor's list, I would add any environmental work we need to do, such as daylighting streams. And I think that out of the pros plan, there's huge opportunities to add more recreation amenities up into the corridor. I see the corridor as a 5.75 mile park. So what can we do at the Houghton Porch? Where can we add parks and play space, that sort of thing. I think that after having, we've had the corridor open for a while, we've collected data. What have we learned? How are people using the corridor differently than we expected them to do? So I think that's important. Kimberly, when you talked about placemaking and history, I want to make sure that we take advantage of the Indigenous people study that is coming and what sort of placemaking and signage that will need to take place along the corridor. As far as the public-private connections, I built one of the, or I and the community, my neighborhood built one of the early connections in Houghton with strong support from the city. And I think it's really important that those connections are open to the neighborhood. As someone who commutes on the corridor, I will cut through neighborhoods because I don't want to drag my bike upstairs, or I want to get down to the waterfront quickly. So I think that as we look at this, we need to look at it as citywide connections and make sure that we're not obstructing access from the trail to other parts of the city. So I think we need to be sensitive to that. And that's all I have to add because the other comments have been wonderful. Thank you.
Super. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I really don't need to reiterate what my colleagues have already said in my own words. Just want to say that with respect to the comments from the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Curtis, yeah, well said. I really agree with their vision, and I really agree with the idea of implementation plan, action plan for the next steps, especially completing the Totem Lake Connector Bridge in the next year, and then, and what comes next. So thank you.
Excellent. And I think I'm just going to say, well done. Couldn't agree more. Do agree with the making sure that any access points need to be accessible to the public. So with that, Kimberly, I think you have what you need.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, in which case, I believe we will now adjourn until we return to the regular meeting at 7:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on capital improvement program operational enhancements and a cross Kirkland corridor update. Let the record please show that Councilmember Falcone has joined us for the regular meeting. This takes us to item number, proclamations. The first item is a proclamation, Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day proclamation, which will be presented by Councilmember Nixon, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to be proclaiming July 26, 2021 as American with Disabilities Act Awareness Day. And this day commemorates the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act on July 26, 1990 by President George H.W. Bush. And the law prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities, assuring them equality of opportunity, full community participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And here to receive the proclamation, we have Len Tolentino from Hero House Northwest.
Yes, hello, my name is Len, and I am a U.S. Army veteran, and I am a member of the Bellevue Clubhouse in 2019, residing here in Kirkland. I am honored to represent the Clubhouse in receiving the proclamation. Thank you to the City of Kirkland and to the Mayor. ADA is instrumental for our membership like me because it gives me the sense of belonging to something. It's like a home, a community, a safe place for everyone. What I like the most about the Clubhouse is we're equal, staff and members, and it's also give me hopes and inspirational to help others. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland recognizing July 26, 2021 as Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day in the City of Kirkland. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, also known as the ADA, was passed on July 26, 1990 to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities and usher in an era of independence, freedom of choice, control of their lives, and fair opportunity without barriers. And whereas by providing equal access to education, employment, entertainment, facilities, and more, the ADA has been crucial in creating policies, practices, and views to foster a more inclusive environment. And whereas numerous organizations work with Kirkland community members to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. And whereas on February 21st, 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution 5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people, and inviting the community to come together to discuss and support the shared values of diversity and inclusion, and identify additional actions that can be taken by the city and the community to help keep Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people. And whereas, as a public agency, the City of Kirkland is required by federal law to evaluate its policies, programs, and services and identify barriers under the ADA. And whereas in August 2018, the city published a draft ADA transition plan, and city leadership determined that the ADA transition plan presented a great opportunity to expand the city's understanding of a specific segment in our community, people affected by disabilities. And whereas throughout 2019, city staff consulted with key stakeholders in our community, including community members affected by disability and their families, social service organizations, and others to get input on the ADA transition plan and feedback about other possible actions the city might take to best meet the needs of those affected by disability in Kirkland. And whereas the feedback received from this engagement effort supplements the ongoing commitment in all city departments to be more inclusive and accessible to people with disabilities, which is demonstrated in various recent projects, such as the new playgrounds at Juanita Beach Park and the newly opened Totem Lake Park that are inclusive and accessible to children of all abilities. A relaunch of the city's website to provide better ADA accessibility. Expanded disability parking downtown. Continued funding for human services organizations providing services to people with disabilities. And the addition of an ADA-specific category on the Our Kirkland platform. And whereas the city reaffirms its commitment to be a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for people with disabilities, and will continue to implement policies and programs supportive of this commitment. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, does proclaim July 26, 2021 as Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day, and invites the community to celebrate the 31st anniversary of this civil rights law and the many contributions of individuals with disabilities to our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. This takes us to item number 5, communications, and the items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you are encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager, what have we got lined up?
Okay, so at the moment, Madam Mayor, no one has raised their hand. So if there's anyone who wishes to speak, I see Robert Pantley has now raised their hand to speak.
Welcome, Mr. Pantley. Raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you are encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager, what have we got lined up?
Okay, so at the moment, Madam Mayor, no one has raised their hand. So if there's anyone who wishes to speak, I see Robert Pantley has now raised their hand to speak.
So can you hear
Welcome,
me?
Mr. Pantley.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry.
Participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak.
Okay.
In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to, what's going on? Encouraged to watch this council meeting by
I think we're hearing the audio of the meeting through Robert's microphone from his speakers. He needs to turn your speakers completely down, Robert.
No one has raised their
Okay,
hand. So if there's anyone who...
Are you there, Robert? Did we lose him, City Manager?
He's just muted.
Robert, you are muted.
Okay. Also,
There you
Angela
go.
Rosman is the next one to speak while we try to get Mr. Pantley back.
Angela, you want to join us, please? All these months and we're having technical difficulties.
Mayor, I think as Councilmember Nixon suggested, I think the issue was that Mr. Pantley had his live stream on in the background and there's a delay, so he's not current with us.
Got it. Angela, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I just wanted to also say that right when he tried to get on, it like glitched and sent me back like 2 minutes in your, it was like not a live stream anymore. You like started your, this is a public meeting and people can talk and whatnot. So I don't know if that's an issue on his end too, or if that was just my technology, but.
Okay, so Angela, do you have a comment for us this evening?
No, I just wanted to let you know that, I mean, I can comment if he can't get back on, but.
Because I do not see him back in the in the attendees list.
Okay.
He's completely disconnected, it looks like.
Oh, no. Okay. Do you have anyone else who wanted to speak or?
Currently, no one else has raised their hand to speak.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm speaking. I will speak instead for Robert. So this is Angela Rosman. I am speaking on behalf with Sustainable Kirkland and Kirkland Sustainable Investments, the Arate and Plaza communities, not as my role as chair of the Planning Commission tonight. And Robert and I were here this evening specifically in regards to the existing moratorium that Kirkland passed a few weeks ago, specifically regarding COVID-related evictions. And we just wanted to say, first and foremost, that we really appreciate the council's focus on making sure that all of our residents are protected and safe, and appreciate that, the people who are most vulnerable in our community are always on the front of your minds. That said, part of protecting our community is making sure that we have rules and regulations in place that make sure that if someone is making a community difficult or extra hard for other residents and neighbors, then that person does not basically control a community situation. And so we are in full support of an update to the moratorium that allows for 10-day notices and allowance to basically let people know when they're partying and smoking and doing other things that really are harmful for other residents and community members, that they're not allowed to do that. In Redmond, because we don't have the same eviction moratorium there and it matches the state, we had 3 young men partying until 2-3 o'clock in the morning, really, bothering their neighbors, but also our neighbors to our community let us know that they were being kept up in the evenings. And because we are allowed to do 10-day notices, we were able to give a notice to these 3 young men. And once they received their initial notice, they've been quiet in the evenings. So our hope is that we are able to protect those who still need a little bit of a bridge support, but also protect the rest of our community so that they can have a safe and peaceful enjoyment of where they live. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the council this evening? Seeing none, I will declare this item from the audience period closed. So that will take us to special presentations, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the primary COVID update is just a reminder that we will be reopening City Hall and the Kirkland Justice Center and the community centers to the public on August 2nd, Monday, August 2nd. And there'll be a lot more information that's going to go out to the public about that. One notable element of that reopening that is a little bit different than our surrounding communities. One is we're going to be for full hours and full service. All services will still be able to be done remotely that were currently provided. So folks will have a choice as to whether they want to come in or they want to keep using remote services. We will be restarting Passports, which is a in-person service we haven't had before while we had COVID. That will be by appointment only. So all of this information will be going out over the next couple weeks in our various communication outreach tools. And then finally, we are going to be asking that the public wear masks when they come into City Hall or into the Justice Center central areas. Again, that's a little bit different than some of the surrounding jurisdictions have chosen. There's a variety of reasons for that, and it's also something we can revisit and make different decisions on. But we think, given the fact that there will be children coming into City Hall and the community centers and the Justice Center, and given what we're all seeing and learning about the Delta variant, we think it's just a thoughtful precaution for both staff and members of the community that when they enter our facilities, they wear a mask while they're here and they can take it off when they leave. So happy to answer any questions on the reopening plan. There'll be a lot more to come in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, that takes us to the R5434 update. City Manager?
Okay, thank you. Again, another relatively short update. At the last council meeting, I mentioned that the Right to Breathe community has wanted to meet with us again, and we have that scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday morning. So the police chief and I and Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez will be meeting with the group. We understand they're also reaching out to other groups as well to update their scorecards. So we're looking forward to reconnecting with them. Also coming to the council in September will be outreach plans for the community for school resource officers and for body cameras. Those plans will be for council review and comment and amendment. We're continuing to work with the school district to try to schedule the joint meeting of all the cities and the school district to discuss SROs in late September. We don't yet have a date for that, but we will obviously keep the council posted as soon as we're able to get one scheduled. So happy again to answer any questions on 5434.
Questions, council, comments? Okay, moving right along. Before we have the motion to pass the consent calendar, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,617,482.81 and bills in the amount of $4,229,022.92.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to our business agenda. Item A on our business agenda is the transportation impact fee policy discussion and the school impact fee introduction. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So here to give you the presentation is our Deputy City Manager of Operations, Tracy Dunlap. And tonight's presentation is not a decision, it's information and direction from the council that we're looking for. So, Tracy.
Good evening and thank you. I also have with me on the panel Luke Slaughterbeck and Doug Gabbard from FCS Group, who are the consultants who did the transportation impact fee rate study. And so all the hard questions, they're here to answer. And I will just walk you through the high points and the policy issues. And again, as the city manager indicated, tonight we're looking for direction, but no specific action. So with that, let me share my screen. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you. All right. So most of this slide deck will actually just focus on the transportation impact fees. We put in the school district information because they had sent it to us since last we spoke. And generally when the school district sends us draft or sends us their capital facilities plan with their revised impact fees, we bring those back to you in the fall. And so we just wanted to make sure you were aware that it was coming, and you'll actually get a more detailed presentation on that in the fall. So just a little bit of a reminder, we talked about transportation impact fees a few times over the last several months, but just as a baseline, the last update of the transportation impact fees was to reflect the transportation master plan that was adopted in 2015. It was actually quite a substantial change to the methodology in that we included multimodal transportation projects for the first time in the transportation master plan formally. And then the revised impact fee calculation was based on person trips rather than vehicle trips to recognize that we were incorporating other modes than vehicles. What we've done in this update is we have updated project costs that are reflected in the current capital facilities plan to recognize the actual costs of projects that have been actually carried out since that 2015 analysis, and to recognize the cost escalation that's occurring in the plans. We are still targeting the improvements that are necessary to serve the growth in 2035, which is what that 2015 master plan was focused on. We'll do another update of the transportation master plan when we do the comprehensive plan update to extend that timeframe out to 2044. We'll talk about this a little bit more as we move into it. The fee increase that you'll see varies by land use category. One of the reasons that it varies from the overall increase in the cost per trip is because we eliminated an adjustment based on trip length that was in the prior study. And as I say, we'll talk about that a little bit later, and the consultants are here to talk about that in more detail as we move forward. So the study results, again, the basic calculation looks at a fee per person trip and then applies that fee to various land use categories. So what you see here is what would happen to the residential, the single family residential and multifamily fees. Again, the per trip cost is going up, but then the number of trips is based on a transportation technical manual by land use. But the increase would be just under $2,000 for single family, or could be, and about $800 for multifamily based on this revised calculation. There's a very long schedule, which I do have in a later slide, of the non-residential fees, in case we want to look at some of those individual ones. Again, they are based on that consistent fee per person trip, but the number of trips by land use varies. And again, we eliminated this trip length adjustment that was in the prior study. Just to give you an idea of the single family, the comparison of our single family calculation, the current fee in Kirkland is $5,888. They're at the bottom of this comparison. This revised fee would take us kind of in the middle tier of the comparators. We wouldn't be at the bottom, but we wouldn't be at the top. We're basically pretty much in line with Redmond's current fee. If we were to go to the calculated maximum that was the outcome of the rate study. So the primary policy question that we wanted to bring to you tonight was, should we be increasing the fees, and if so, should we phase it in? And so the staff recommendation that we brought forward to you tonight would be to phase it in over 3 years, starting January 1st of 2022, to be consistent with the phasing that you did for the park impact fee, which you adopted at the last meeting. But you certainly have the alternative to implement the full fee increase, recognizing that, good typo there, that Kirkland's fees still fall in the middle tier of the comparable cities. And so it's really a policy choice, whether you go to the maximum, and if so, if you do it in one step or in some phasing. So the 3 year was basically our choice to be consistent with what we did with parks. So then now we'll get into the more technical aspects. The non-residential fees, which are based on that increase in the person fee or the person trip fee, vary by land use based on the Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. The 2015 study adjusted the non-residential fees by this trip length adjustment that varied by land use type. But when the current rate study was done by the current consulting team, they were unable to identify available empirical data on the trip lengths that would support the adjustments that were made. And so basically these fees are based on the trip lengths that are in that manual. So the result is that some of the non-residential fees actually decrease, but others increase by more than that overall per trip increase because we took an underlying adjustment out. And so just to illustrate the difference, again, many land use types that are in that ITE manual. This table shows phasing in the increases over the 3-year period, but also shows the impact of removing that trip length adjustment. And I'll just pick one to give you an example. Our current hotel fee per room based on the 2015 study is about $4,000. And based on the person trip calculation out of the study is about $12,000. And so that's roughly 3 times what's there because that trip length adjustment was eliminated. But you can see it does vary significantly by land use. And I'm sure this will be a discussion item for the consultants, but I thought what I'd do, I apologize, I didn't say how many slides I have. And I think I have 3 more after this. I have this schedule and then a couple of more policy slides, and then I can return to these if we want to talk about them in more detail. So again, very long list of fees, and the increases vary both because of the increase in the person trips, but also the elimination of that trip length adjustment. There's a second policy issue that Councilmember Pascal raised that I wanted to tee up here. And again, it will be a policy discussion when I make it through the slides. There was an action in the recent legislative session that amended the impact fee statute to provide the language you see there that you may not impose an impact fee on development activities of an early learning facility that are greater than those imposed on commercial, retail, or office development that generate a similar number, volume, type, or duration of vehicle trip. The rate study is consistent with this in that all of those land use types are based on the same cost per trip. So we are not having a different cost per trip. What varies among those land use categories is the number of trips, the average number of trips from that ITE manual. But the legislation goes on to provide that the city can exempt up to 80% of the impact fee based on policy without having to backfill the lost revenue. So this is consistent with what statute provided on affordable housing, but it actually goes a little bit further. It says if the city were to desire to exempt more than that 80%, you could backfill the additional 20%, up to 20%, or require a covenant be recorded that minimum number of students qualifying for subsidized childcare would be served. But you could actually exempt up to 80% and not have to replace it or record a covenant under this statute. So right now we're not assuming that, but it is a policy call. So just to summarize the policy direction, again, do we want to implement the full amount or do a phasing? To discuss the trip lengths and get your questions answered on that, and to discuss whether or not we would consider an early learning center exemption. And then our intent would be to bring back the recommended fee schedule based on the policy direction in an ordinance on August 4th for potential action, again, effective January 1st of 2022. And again, I mentioned I don't have any formal slides on the school impact fees because the intent would be to bring those forward for council consideration in the fall. So that's the end of my formal presentation, and I'm happy to make the consultants available to answer any detailed questions, or I can try to answer them myself. And I'll go back to whatever slides make the most sense as we move forward.
Sounds good. Council for discussion, comments? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a couple things I wanted to dig into here. So I apologize to other council members here, but I think some of these items I think are pretty important. First off, I think you all know that I'm supportive of transportation impact fees. So anything I raise here isn't because I'm concerned about impact fees in general. It's more about the nuances of how we're updating and refining these. The first item was something that Tracy talked about earlier, which is that trip length adjustment factor. And so let me ask a question first of the consultants and or city staff. Are we aware of whether or not we've ever had any legal actions against that, or has anyone ever contested or protested that that calculation in our current fee schedule?
Maybe I'll take a first shot, and then if the consultants have anything from their experience. I'm not aware of anyone challenging it, although individual developments, if they don't agree with the schedule, have the option of doing their own study for their development if they think that that the fees don't accurately reflect their demands. And I know that has been done in some cases for individual developments.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware either of anyone contesting that. So I think, so just for my colleagues, the trip length factor, the theory behind it is that if you have a longer trip, you're impacting the transportation system a greater degree as opposed to a shorter trip. So you're using a greater amount of the system. And so therefore you're essentially consuming more, right? And so the theory is that for those uses that generate longer trips, they have a little bit higher fees as opposed to those uses that generate shorter trips. And so you see that kind of come up in the rate schedule. And that methodology is, it wasn't just incorporated in our 2015 impact fee. I think that's been in place for a couple of decades now, ever since we developed the impact fee program. I know it's been at least 10 or 15 years. And while not all jurisdictions use that, many do across the region. And what you see is it's an impact on commercial uses. And so Tracy identified some, but I mean, looking at it, by removing it, a convenience store goes from $47,000 for every 1,000 square feet to $175,000. So that's quadrupling the fee, essentially. Banks go from 20,000 to 88,000. So that's more than quadrupling. A movie theater goes from 37,000 to 108. So what happens is, the theory is that you might price out and you may essentially disincentivize these types of uses from being built in the city. And so that's obviously a policy choice. For me, the fundamental issue is doing a large scale methodology change, resulting in some pretty significant changes to some of the fees for uses. And so, I think it would be worthwhile looking at how the trip length factor can remain. So that's one thing that I'd raise. The other one has to do with the early learning facilities, and that's House Bill 1331, which actually goes into effect in 5 days. And so it's new, and there's only two things that we can exempt, I think. One is affordable housing, and now this is the second under RCW. And the theory behind this is that daycare centers and early learning facilities, they have high trip generation. Parents come in the afternoon to pick up their kids. They kind of converge on these centers during that PM peak hour when what our trip rate is based upon. And so it actually makes it very cost prohibitive to develop new facilities in cities that have high impact fees. And so, you know, you may agree with that or not, but what happens is that it makes it to the facilities that do come into cities, they're high-end facilities, they're catering to those with high-paying jobs. What you do is you lose out on the capacity for learning facilities for young parents, for working moms, and others that depend on that. So I think it's worth considering that 80% exemption for early learning facilities, and I'd be interested in seeing what that would look like. So those are my kind of two main comments on some of the nuts and bolts of the update that I'd be interested in seeing revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'm gonna just agree to the degree that the 400% of an increase in the fee seems extraordinary in my mind, and I don't understand this math. This is like some weird physics. But what I would prefer to see is to see us either use the previous process or look at the individual commercial uses and apply some kind of logic that doesn't extraordinarily impact them. And I don't know how you would do that. Barring everything else, I would go to a phased implementation of something. But a drive-in donut shop at $200,000+ of an impact, it'd be a big donut shop, but seems extraordinary. So I'm interested in if Luke and Doug have any sort of defense of those extraordinary increases.
Hi, this is Doug Gabbard with FCS Group. I would be happy to chime in on this. I'm going to be very careful to say that I'm not chiming in on the increase because that would require me to sort of defend the status quo in the original fee, and because you are anchored on the existing fee, I can't help you with that. I can't defend the current fee. What I can do is explain how we got to the numbers that we got to and why we are suggesting elimination of the trip length adjustment. Let me begin that explanation by saying Council Member Pascal is absolutely correct in everything he said about explaining the theory of why a trip length adjustment can be desirable. If you have two land uses that are sized and scaled such that although they are different land uses, they produce an equal number of trip ends. And yet, for whatever reason, land use A's trip ends come from trips that chew up twice as much asphalt as the trip ends for land use B. It does seem reasonable to charge the first one twice as much of an impact fee as the second one because it's twice as much of a burden on the infrastructure. That is the theory. It's a good theory. Here's where it gets tricky. In order to defend that, you would need to have some data on trip lengths. This data does not come from the trip generation manual. That's a book about trip ends. So we don't have a standard source for that. We don't need a standard source. If you have some data on this that you've collected, we would be very interested in that. But you would need to refine your data collection further, since we're not interested in chewing up the asphalt of other cities or of unincorporated roads. You would make sure that all your trips that whose length you are measuring, all inbound trips begin at the city limits to the destination. All outbound trips begin at the origin and end at the city limits. And those are the only lengths that you are interested in. And I would then ask, so do you have any data like that? And I'm guessing that you don't. And to be truthful, I have seen trip length adjustments in other jurisdictions, but not once yet have I seen a single piece of empirical data justifying those length adjustments. What I have noticed as I've gone through the fee schedule is that a lot of these land uses with really high trip rates seem to have a length adjustment factor below 1, and where I generally find a trip length adjustment greater than 1 are land uses with lower trip rates. This has the effect of being a smoothing factor, and I think I detect a pattern there, and one that is not necessarily consistent with actual empirical data. So that's why we avoid it. We don't want to cast aspersions on anyone who's using it, but we don't see the data. And if you've got it, we would certainly know what to do with it. But the way that I have described the kind of data you need, it would be hard to collect. And for a city the size of Kirkland, for any city your size, such a length adjustment would have kind of a vanishing relevance. Now, if we were applying impact fees at the county level, as you can in Oregon, for example, that could be relevant if, again, you had the relevant data. So I'm going to stop there and take your temperature and see how that explanation helps or not.
I'm good. I've got people lined up. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Doug. I think that's good food for thought and kind of preempted some of my questions in that I'm wondering as Councilmember Pascal has mentioned, other cities do this. We previously did this. What was the methodology that other cities use or that we use? You're not in a position to defend that, but I'm wondering if there's any research that staff can do on this, because the concept is sound if we can have a defensible way of doing it. Uses that are a citywide draw or a regional draw are going to generate longer trips and more use on our transportation system than other neighborhood-oriented uses. But I do think that it's worth, I think Councilmember Pascal has brought up some good points and worth doing some additional looking, because as you drill into this, there's some things that it's kind of hard to defend. For example, what's the difference between a hotel and a motel that has 4x the impact fee between them, where that seems, I don't understand how that's not the same kind of use. So I guess I would like to understand if there are options if we did want to maintain trip length, if there are options to do so. Thank you.
Does anybody want to respond to that?
I think my suggestion would be let us talk about whether we can show you if we maintained the prior methodology in terms of the trip length adjustment, what it would look like. I do think the fees might still change differently by land use because that trip generation manual gets updated periodically. And so the number of trips might have changed among those uses as well, because that accounts for some of those differences. But we can talk about what it would take to show if we maintain that methodology and if we didn't, and then that might give you the ability to make that choice. So I think that's my suggestion at this point. And it would be helpful to get your feedback on how you feel, and maybe just focus for the moment on the single family and multifamily ones, or the per trip amount, which I can go back to that slide. And how do you feel about the 3-year phasing versus putting those fees in all at once with the non-residential following? Because that's the one thing that I would say is that because the whole thing is built on a fee per person trip, it would be very challenging to phase in individual pieces of it. And so I think it's sort of a method change. For non-residential, it'll be, do you make the trip length adjustment or don't you? Because we're still using the same per trip basis. So maybe I'll go back to that slide for a moment and just show you what
Tracy,
those two would look like. So maybe you can give us some feedback on.
Yeah, let's finish with the folks that are sort of teed up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't see the queue.
No problem. So Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tracy, for that really great presentation. You have such a skill for explaining complicated information so we can easily understand it. So thank you for that. Want to start off just by thanking Councilmember Pascal for raising the 80% exemption for early learning facilities. As we're all aware, there's affordable childcare crisis in our country, in our region as well, in our city, even before the pandemic. And it's only gotten worse with the pandemic, with moms and women of color in particular getting hit the hardest from the pandemic, and women disproportionately impacted by being able to go back into the workforce, and affordable childcare is a huge piece of that puzzle. And so I'm really thankful for the state legislature for passing HB 1331 and for understanding this issue and for advocating for moms of young children. As a mom to young children, I get this. I have experienced firsthand with the struggles with trying to find affordable childcare that's close to home. So I just wanted to say that I believe that, as a city, we need to do what we can to help with childcare crisis. And so I fully support exploring that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was moving away from trip reduction, and Councilmember Falcone basically said what I wanted to say, and I want to thank Councilmember Pascal for bringing it up. So I support that 80% exemption.
Excellent. And I just have a question with regard to the implementation of the legislation. Do we have options there? Don't we just have to align the type of land use, right?
You don't. Well, we already meet the first part. Let me go back to that slide for a moment. Because we're using a cost per trip, we're meeting the first part. The 80% exemption is a total policy choice, similar to the affordable housing exemption. It's actually an action that we've taken to put that in our code. And unlike the other thing that's exempt is homeless shelters, which Kirkland actually had the legislation done, but it's categorically exempt. So I think that might be what you're thinking of, Madam Mayor, is that we don't even have to say that in the code because in the statute it says it's exempt. In this case, it's giving jurisdictions the policy choice.
Okay. Well, I too support moving forward with this at the 80% level. So did you want to go back to the phased versus high end? I'm not sure we can really give you good direction on this, but this is just on single family, right?
Well, that's what, if you wanted to do the full slate, I guess I'd say, if you wanted to go to the calculated maximum, this would be the single family and multifamily ones, because I don't believe they have trip length adjustments applied. I think it's the non-residential uses, generally speaking. So I think the policy question is more, do you want to phase in the increases over some period of time, or do it all at once? And so maybe the best way to have that conversation is to just look at that first line, because the fee per person trip is not going to change by the trip length element. It's going to be how that person trip number is applied to a land use that would change, if that makes sense. And so the idea that the fee per person trip is going from $4,061 to $5,398 won't change based on this trip length element. It's a question of whether you want to do it in steps or take that increase all at once.
Okay, council, any sense of where you want to go with this? Councilmember Curtis?
I'll vote my vote in for going over 3 years, similar to what we did for park impact fees.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
I support Councilmember Curtis's phasing. In addition, since we're going to be talking about school impact fees, I think phasing some of these other fees gives us the flexibility to put the increase of the school impact fees in immediately where is the most stark, urgent need.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would agree with phasing. All I need is one more head nod. We got that one taken care of. Looks like we're good. Okay, so I think what's left out there is how we're going to deal with the commercials.
Right, and like I said, my suggestion is let us go back and talk with the consultants, and they have a transportation consultant on their team as well, and see if what we can do is show you a comparison of if we kept the trip length adjustment or not, and maybe some selected comparisons with some of our neighboring jurisdictions who may or may not use the trip length adjustment. Because I think what Doug was characterizing is that the size of the increase in one way is because perhaps the existing fees might be low, or you could argue the existing fees are low and this is bringing them up to the trip generation number. And so I think maybe we can take a look at one of the other, like Redmond, that's close to us in the amount of the fee, and see if they have a trip length adjustment and see what that looks like a little bit as well. But bring you back sort of a with and without comparison, and then that might help you reach your final choice. So we might come back more than once, depending on what that looks like, and it might just extend us out a little bit because we might not have that for the 4th. But again, if we're making these effective January 1st of 22, we have some time to bring it back.
Right.
And
okay, I've got I've got Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, when I look at this schedule for commercial, I find it to be confusing because it's normalized to 1,000 square foot increments, but there's no real information about what the typical size of each of those different kinds of establishments are. So that leads you to look at something like a coffee donut shop with a drive-through window. That's $352,000 because it's 65 trips per hour, right? But it doesn't say the fact that, oh, it's actually only 100 square feet for a little, latte stand. And so the actual cost is a lot less because the average size is smaller. Is there any way that we can get that kind of data so that it's not completely normalized to 1,000 square feet, like maybe another column that says, what the typical size is, and then what we can see what an actual applicant would pay. An actual applicant would not pay $352,000 for a latte stand.
Good point. Councilmember Pascal.
Tracy, as staff goes back and discusses this, can you maybe look at the old study, because it does reference some information of where they got that information, and then some of the other cities also have documentation on where they got the average trip length, and then this average trip length was put into place by one of our former transportation commissioners, who's a transportation consultant in the region. So you can also talk with him.
Right.
So that'd be worthwhile. The other thing I'd ask you to look at is there is one discrepancy in the schedule. Currently today, a fast food restaurant without a drive-through pays a lesser impact fee than a fast food restaurant with a drive-through, because a drive-through attracts more trips. But under the proposed changes, that reverses to where one without a drive-through pays more compared to one with a drive-through, and that doesn't make much logical sense there. So if you could look at that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, will do.
And Tracy, could you also, what's missing for me here is an economic development lens. And I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but we do target certain businesses that we would see as, important adds to our economic future. And I don't know whether that's just that's just not.
The challenge with impact fees is if you do that, the city has to make up the difference. If you subsidize, I guess, is how you'd characterize that. And so most people don't do that, but it does seem like the trip length moderates the amount to an extent, which is sort of a methodology way of moderating it, but it moderates it for all of the uses that have an adjustment.
Right. Just notice that Bellevue is lowest among the list that we looked at. And I know that Bellevue has a singular focus on economic development.
Yeah, and their residential ones are lower as well. What'll happen is we make the residential ones lower as well. You can choose, these are the maximum fees you could put in. You could put in a fee lower, but it would be across all the land uses.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I think we have what we need, and as I say, perhaps you won't see it on August 4th, but I'm sure we'll have something to you in September.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Luke and Doug, for joining us. And that takes us on to item B, the memorandum of understanding with King County regarding the use of the East Rail Corridor. City Manager.
So thank you, Member. I'm going to go to the podium here and see if I can pull up the presentation. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just going to cover this very quickly. I went ahead and just appended 2 slides to the end of the slide that Kimberly did. I thought the first slide was a really nice way to sort of center where we are when we're going to be talking about this. Then I have a second slide that goes over the deal elements of the memorandum of agreement. This is a proposed agreement that would authorize me to sign this MOU with King County. And the focus here is where you can see the dotted red line. It's the East Rail segment that goes between Slater, 132nd Place, and the Willows Road hairpin turn. And you can see on this slide, you can see the three big yellow dots. Those are actually the three elements of the actual MOU. So the first is a crossing at Slater. That's the 5-lane crossing. The second is creating a new road that would be at 136th Court, and 134th Court, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then third, it'd be to put a trail crossing at the Willows Road hairpin, where the east rail continues on up to Woodinville. So what I have next is a sort of satellite photo. We're zooming in a little bit. And so what I have in the yellow boxes, and I want to thank Amy Bolin, pulled this together for me at the last minute tonight. So thank you, Amy. You can see the elements we're going to talk about are those two crossings, and then the road extension I'll say a little bit more about. And then as part of this deal, we'd be extinguishing a current easement across the east rail, and that's a key element as well. So this discussion has been going on with King County for about 2 years. The properties that are to the north of the east rail that we're talking about are properties that are intended to be acquired by the Lee Johnson family, and their hope is to turn these into car dealerships as a replacement for the car dealerships that may be redeveloped next to 85th Street and 405. And so part of the key element of making them successful is the ability for customers to be able to drive across into the car dealerships. So if you look at I guess I can't do the cursor here. Can the council see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. So the properties that are contemplated for purchase is this open space parking lot is currently a driving education center, and this building here, and then also this white building down below. And so Todd Johnson family would purchase this and redevelop this segment into up to 3 car dealerships. So the road is coming off of 124th, and there's currently 134th Court, which you can see down here below with the dotted yellow line. That currently exists to the south, but it doesn't exist to the north across the corridor. And so King County owns the East Rail segment here, and we've been talking with King County to allow a public road. So this would be built to public standards. It would be a public road, publicly operated, maintained by the city of Kirkland, but it'd be built by the developer as part of this agreement. That road would have a light at it at 124th that would then make this a signalized intersection much safer. And once the road is constructed and crosses, King County has this current easement which they allow, and they can extinguish at any time at the county's decision. It's got this little white and red stripe. So this current easement goes to this building, which is owned by the Rosen family. And King County does not allow a through road here, so there's a gate across here. So this is only a very limited access for customers that go to the Rosen and deliveries that go to Rosen. So part of our agreement with the county is that if we do this public through road, we will then also provide direct access frontage to this road, which would then allow the Rosen property to have access to the new road. And at the end of that, King County would extinguish this easement, because the county's interest is to limit the number of crossings of the East Rail at this segment. Okay. So we get this use agreement that allows the public road. This road segment is also on the Kirkland citywide connections map. And so in our connections, citywide connections, we want a connection all the way up to 126th Place. And so again, as part of this redevelopment, the developer would connect the road all the way up. We've agreed with the county to have that limited access, so it would be able to be accessed by public safety vehicles, but similar to what they have with Rosen, it wouldn't be a through road for general purpose traffic. But you would be able to wend your way up like this, and then this would be built as to our road standards. In return for allowing the easement, or as payment for this use agreement or easement, the county is requiring that we reimburse the King County for up to $600,000 for the interim trail construction. So right now, the county has, as part of the King County Parks and Trails levy, they have funding to remove the tracks and the train and the ties all the way up to Woodinville, and they're doing that right now. They've actually taken out the rails, and then they're going to be putting a crushed gravel interim trail similar to the CKC interim trail. With the money that King County would receive from us through a reimbursement, they would be able to extend the trail at other places. So the King County levy didn't fully fund everything that everyone wants to do with the trail system, and so they would take whatever monies we provide, and they would use them elsewhere. So more trail extension would happen in other places. And so that's basically the trade-off for the 20 to 30-year use agreement. The use agreement would also have extensions of, we hope, 10 years each. The use agreement itself, if the county approves the MOU and the use agreement, would actually come back to the city council for adoption as well. So there's a second document that comes from this MOU that would return to the city council for approval. And then the last piece of this, then I'll answer any questions, is that the county would require that the city take over the maintenance and decision-making around the two intersections where the trail crosses these roads. And we actually like that, even if this agreement didn't happen, because Kirkland tends to invest more in terms of safeties at the crossings than the county tends to do. That's not true in every case, but generally it's the case, especially with very busy streets. So we think we can provide a better level of service anyway, but it's also part of the agreement. So those are the key elements, and if the City Council approves the MOU, the resolution tonight, you'd be giving me authority to sign the MOU, substantially similar, and then we would work to come back to the City Council with the use agreement. So with that,
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, first I wanted to clarify, there is already a signal there at 134th Court. It's a three-way signal.
Yes. Thank you.
And so would they be replacing it or just adding the fourth leg to the
Well,
signal?
it would be upgraded, yeah, so that would be four-way. So I don't know if that's
Okay.
replacement or just adding something, but yeah, that would be part of the project.
The other question I have is about the crossing over the CKC, well, the trail itself. Would they be putting in flashing beacons like we've done at other surface crossings of the trail?
Are you talking about the 134th Court section, or are you talking about the other two places?
I'm talking at the Lee Johnson crossing.
Okay. So possibly. So that's one of the things that we would do with the design. So the county in the use agreement is going to require that the trail takes precedence, very similar to what we did with the, not too sure where to look here. Okay. Where we did with the Ferreton Spur, where the trail takes precedence and the traffic stops as Google traffic crosses from one section to the other. The agreement has that the trail use would be the primary use and the traffic use would be the use that would have to slow. But it's a little more problematic here than it is there because the traffic pattern would be a little faster. So we haven't totally worked out that treatment, but whatever it would take, we would do. So it could very well be a series of flashing beacons, could be some stop signs for the traffic after they turn on the light. We haven't worked out all the details on that, but we'd make sure that it was really, really safe.
But that would be a condition that the developer would pay for that, whatever it is, right?
Correct. Yeah, that would all be
Okay.
part of the development agreement.
Thank you.
Or the
Great.
the permits, yeah.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, so I think it's probably safe to say, I want to poke around a little bit at the $600,000. I think it's safe to say that if the city of Kirkland owned this right away, we probably would have implemented interim trail construction a while ago.
Right.
And we would have spent some number of $100,000 to do that. And it would have been, made a great connection from the CKC to all points beyond. And we wouldn't have this one section of the CKC/East Trail that doesn't make that connection. When we think about, when maybe we or our residents are thinking about the spending of the $600,000 and reimbursing the county, my sense is that's about what we would have been, city of Kirkland would have spent if we had the benefit of owning this section and have built it out ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is the way the MOU is structured and what the agreement says is it's reimbursement basically of receipts up to $600,000. So we would basically pay for what we probably would have paid if we did it. So the price could be $300,000, it could be $599,000, but we would get verified costs that we would reimburse. So it's capped. We do think that number is probably a little high, given our experience in doing our interim trail. Some of it depends on the salvage value you get from the ties and the rails, and so But that's obviously, we did ours, 7 years ago, so that could be different as well. But that's, yes. So I think the cost will be about the same as the city would have paid if the city did it, but it's definitely a reimbursement only. So we'll only pay for what they actually incurred.
Right. So, the good news is we're not comparing $0 to 600,000 or up to $600,000. We're comparing what we in Kirkland would have spent building out the interim trail along this length to what we might reimburse the county. And we would expect those numbers to be fairly close together in all likelihood. We can't be certain of that, but.
That's correct.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct. And again, what the county is doing is as a one-time number, they're offsetting the need to have some sort of monthly or yearly easement payment, right? Which is what they would otherwise do. They would try to value the value of the crossing, and then they would charge us or the developer some. So it's while I could certainly argue against the need to do this, it's a straightforward way to do it that allows the county to apply these dollars to trail extensions, what does benefit everybody.
No, and it's a lovely connection. It's, with the Totem Lake Connector Bridge and this connection, everything, it feels like phase one of the Cross Kirkland corridor is complete, and we're ready to move on to phase two, which we talked about earlier in the meeting.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And especially its connection to the Willows Road connector that the council funded and that we just completed. So, that's a really neat way to then connect to the Redmond Central connector and so forth. So that's the F line up there.
You're right, it's huge. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Kurt, for all the work to put together all these details. My preference would have been to buy this segment from the county. We made our pitch. We were not successful in that particular one. So given that we are dealing with the county ownership here, I think this agreement does a great job of dealing with those crossings, dealing with the connection map, completing the interim trail, and I think and retaining Lee Johnson as a longtime Kirkland business. I think this is a win-win. I know that's a lot of work to get to this point, and I appreciate that. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move Resolution 5487, approving a memorandum of understanding with King County regarding the use of the East Trail corridor to access commercial property in Kirkland and construction of a new Willows Road Trail connection, and authorizing the city manager to execute said memorandum on behalf of the city of Kirkland.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to approve Resolution R5487. I think we'd ask for discussion. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to item number C, the Community Roots Housing Public Development Authority Interlocal Agreement. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this interlocal agreement would allow us to proceed then with the discussion you had about community roots housing and a public development authority creating workforce housing in the city of Kirkland. So we are looking for action tonight, and our planning and building director, Adam Weinstein, is going to make the presentation.
Welcome, Adam.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Sweet and council members. Can everybody see the slide right now?
It disappeared.
Is that here right now?
No.
All right, let me try again.
There you go.
There we go.
Nope.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, good. Okay, great. And it's advancing. Nope, it's not advancing. Let me try again. Sorry. All right, how's that?
It looks all right to us.
Okay. Can I get it to? Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. Sorry. Okay, let me try again. Good evening. Thanks for your patience in getting this PowerPoint up and going. I'll learn how to do this one of these days before the pandemic is truly over. But This is really just a follow-up to our study session on June 1st. So what we're coming here tonight is to recommend that you adopt a resolution finding that creating workforce housing is a fundamental government purpose and authorizing the city manager to enter into an interlocal agreement with Seattle to allow community roots housing to create workforce housing here in Kirkland. And I just have 7 slides, and I should also mention that some key members of the Microsoft and Community Roots consultant team are on the panel as well to answer questions. Sorry, I'm having trouble advancing the slide for some reason. All right. So there's, as you know, from having lived through housing policy for a long time, we have very solid policy support for creating more workforce housing, particularly in the housing strategy plan, which contains a diverse range of policies to extend the supply of housing across all income levels, and to address the housing need in the city from lots of different perspectives. So the plan, the housing strategy plan, identifies middle or moderate income housing as a significant gap in what the market is producing, and also seeks to increase the supply of such housing, middle income housing, and it calls for providing monetary and non-monetary support for middle income housing, including through creating private and private-public partnerships. So what we attached to the staff report was a copy of Invisible Crisis, which is a 2019 report from Challenge Seattle, which is about the dearth of workforce housing in the area. And the crisis is really invisible because it's not as visible as the homelessness crisis. Generally speaking, middle income people are not sleeping on street corners. And then also because as a society, we assume that middle income occupations such as nurses, teachers, emergency responders should be able to afford housing. But as you all know, the human effects and the regional effects of the lack of workforce housing are very profound at the personal level. Middle income households have, in a lot of cases, have difficulty paying for household expenses like healthcare and childcare and transportation and student debt. And they also have trouble accessing, in some cases, homeownership opportunities if they're really priced out of the housing market. And then at the regional level, we see things like increased congestion, difficulties in hiring essential workers, and urban sprawl. And again, none of this is new to you, but it supports the need for governmental action of lots of different types and shows that addressing the challenge of workforce housing is a governmental purpose. And so the next 2 slides here, this slide and the next one, help illustrate that problem. So this slide here shows the diverging lines of home prices and income. And this is, again, not actually up to date to 2021, but it basically indicates that by 2014, a typical registered nurse making about $80,000 a year could no longer afford to purchase a median priced home in the Seattle area, and that this nurse was priced out of being able to afford a median priced home in Kirkland and then also Seattle in 2013. And as you can imagine, the lines will continue to diverge after 2017 just because the affordability crisis has gotten worse. Next slide, the image on the left, hopefully you can read this, sorry it's a little bit blurry, but the image on the left shows that about 40% of middle income homeowners and 36% of middle income renters in King County spend more than a third of their incomes on housing, meaning that they are cost burdened. And then this image on the right, these maps on the right show that sort of ever creeping line of unaffordability in King County, where you need more than 120% of the area median income to afford median price for sale house or rental housing. So the pink color is really that sort of encroaching line that shows where you need at least 120% of median income to be able to afford the median price house. So that also is changing, has changed and gotten worse since these images were crafted. All right. As I noted earlier, this meeting is a follow-up to the June 1st study session where you heard from members of the Microsoft and Community Roots team about the need for workforce housing and how the Community Roots PDA could play a role in building such housing in Kirkland using a financing model that Microsoft helped develop. And so at that meeting, council authorized the city manager's office to pursue next steps, which really leads us to the resolution and the draft interlocal agreement that are in front of you tonight. So the interlocal agreement that's attached to the resolution would allow Community Roots Housing to acquire and build workforce housing in Kirkland. It's a relatively straightforward interlocal agreement. It's modeled after the one that was attached to the June 1st staff report that the county signed with Seattle, allowing Community Roots Housing to undertake projects in unincorporated King County. But it includes a couple of additional provisions. In response to the City Council's comments on June 1st, it includes provisions to require that Community Roots Housing provide an annual report about their projects to the city. And we'll talk about income levels, number of units built. And then the interlocal agreement also recognizes that Community Roots Housing projects may require city, state, and federal permits. We're currently working with the City of Seattle Attorney's Office on refining the language of the interlocal agreement. But the interlocal agreement currently and will allow for unilateral termination of the agreement by Kirkland. And this termination or withdrawal of our consent for Community Roots Housing to do work here would apply, as you can imagine, only prospectively and not to existing or underway projects. So this is the last slide. It's our recommendation, which is that we think the resolution and the associated interlocal agreement would support city policies and the city work plan related to workforce and affordable housing. And we do recommend adoption. And then, of course, we also just wanted to end by thanking the Microsoft and Community Roots Housing team. They've been really fantastic partners throughout this entire process. And yeah, we very much admire their creative thinking in developing the financing model and making it actually, creating a plan for it to actually work in the real world. And with that, happy to take questions.
Thanks, Adam. Good presentation prep. Oh, there you did it. Okay, council, discussion, comments, or somebody want to give me a motion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution R5485 related to community roots housing and safe and affordable housing and community development for low income and moderate income individuals and families in Kirkland.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to approve resolution R5485. Discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again, as I said last time, how enthused I am about this project. I think it's going to be a real win for Kirkland, and it moves us forward to what we wanted to do in the housing strategy plan. So I support this motion. I do have a couple requests, Adam. Whenever we see the affordable housing dashboard, I think it would be good to add middle income units on that too, since workforce housing, so this is something we're moving forward to. And at some point, I would love, the Challenge Seattle document was very interesting. I would like to know, as far as in the city of Kirkland, how much of our city is zoned single family housing. And we did just do the middle missing housing zoning, but I'd like to know those percentages when we talk about housing again. But I think this is a great project. I thank the partners for bringing it forward, and that's it.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Well, I second Councilmember Curtis's comments with great gratitude to Community Roots and Microsoft for sticking to this work, because it's taken us a while to get this far. So with that, Deputy Mayor, did you
I'm not sure. City Attorney might have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but thank you, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I just wanted a point of clarification on the remaining discussion that we're having with the City of Seattle. We are in agreement with the City of Seattle that the City of Kirkland ought to be able to terminate this use unilaterally if it chooses at some point in the future to do it. But it's not clear that the interlocal agreement would automatically go away if we were to unilaterally exercise that right. For example, the agreement makes provision for the completion of projects that are planned and underway and already approved. So I just want to make it clear that we're going to have the ability to unilaterally end the participation of community roots housing in Kirkland if for some unforeseeable reason that were to ever happen. But I didn't want to leave you with the impression that the interlocal agreement would automatically be terminated if we were to exercise that right.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to approve resolution R5085. All those in favor, please, moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution R5485 is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. This takes us to item D, the eviction moratorium and rental assistance program update. City Manager.
So maybe just a time check. This could be a discussion. It's 9 o'clock. Would council
it is.
like take a short break before?
Okay, let's take a break, 15 minutes. What time does that make it?
9:11.
Okay, back at 9:11. Thanks.
Perfect.
Recording in progress.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are back for item D, the eviction or moratorium update. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's actually two parts to this presentation. I want to talk about the eviction moratorium update as well as provide a rental assistance update of the various programs at the state, county, and city level. So we'll have several speakers tonight. Our first one will be leading us off will be our Human Resources Supervisor, Leslie Miller, and then the City Attorney, Kevin Raymond, will be talking somewhat about the state legislation and the current moratorium. So with that, I will go ahead and turn over to Leslie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Kevin and I have 16 slides to share with you tonight. We are looking to provide you with updates as well as asking for guidance. Our updates include what assistance is available now for landlords and tenants, what staff efforts are taking place to serve community members, an update on our temporary eviction moratorium ordinance 04759, Governor Inslee's bridge moratorium, as well as potential additional tenant protections. Guidance that we're looking for tonight have to do regarding your wishes to amend or repeal Kirkland's temporary moratorium and whether to continue to consider additional tenant protections. So first, I want to review current programs available. So tenant and landlord assistance. The number one place for assistance is the King County Eviction and Rental Assistance Program. To date, they have approximately $200 million in state and federal funds to support landlords and tenants. There are 3 buckets for which they are assisting people. The first is the landlord application. This was actually the first portal that was opened, and landlords with 5 households or more with arrears were allowed to be eligible for this program, and 58 properties have been invited into the program, though all of them being served, of course, is if funds are available. The second way of getting assistance is for individual households to apply to the tenant pool. King County will be pulling households from the pool on a weekly basis for a number of months. And the number of households that they pull will depend upon the capacity for their contracted partners to process applications. Just to let you know that both landlord applications and tenant pools have begun to be processed, though there have been no checks given out through the tenant pool yet because there are still addressing some issues. So right now they're only manually able to process checks, and those are going to landlords through the large landlord program. The third alternative to serve residents is through the hub and spoke alternative. During the eviction prevention program from the late 2020, they found that traditionally marginalized populations, particularly those who did not speak English or had very limited English proficiency, found it very difficult to navigate the tenant pool. And so they have contracted with agencies who serve those populations. And the hubs are actually then subcontracting with spokes so that there are some culturally specific and in-language assistance, direct assistance. Just to make a note, the landlord program is particularly exciting in terms of how it's been created and how we can leverage to make sure that as you think about providing additional assistance through Kirkland funds, that we have spoken to one of the agencies that are processing 3 properties in Kirkland, and they are willing to do a warm handoff to people that they find who aren't eligible for the King County program, that we could then find out and provide assistance. So that would be a great way to make sure we're not serving people who are eligible for this program. So that's just one note to make. The second program that's important for both tenants and landlords is the eviction resolution pilot program. And this is where a conciliation process is done to assist tenants and landlords to come up with a reasonable payment plan. Kirkland tenants and their landlords are going to be served through the City of Bellevue Conflict Resolution Center. And the third assistance tool is the right to counsel, and this will be administered by the Northwest Justice Project. And this is the program that will serve the fewest people and will probably be the last to come online. Just want to make a note about eligibility. It's really important to know that this King County program, you must demonstrate a COVID-19 impact to your finances, and you must meet their eligibility requirements. You'll see here in the highlighted row that 50% AMI is the highest AMI that King County is serving. I do want to make a note that most of their funding sources would allow them to serve up to 80%, but they are choosing to focus on those who are most likely to become homeless if they cannot have their rent paid. And so that is 50% AMI and below. And so this is a really important gap area, that 50% to 80% that we're identifying. And then for the right to counsel, you'll notice that even fewer people qualify for that program because they use 200% of the federal poverty level. And so you may be able to be served, for example, at $40,000 for the rental assistance, but if you had to go, if you weren't able to get everything paid, but you made over $26,000, then you would not get the right to counsel. Some additional resources for landlords as well as homeowners who we are also hearing from. Landlords, there are also some state mitigation funds to address the needs of low-income landlords, some limited dollars if people self-evict. Those tenants are not able to access any funds, and so there's a mitigation fund for landlords. Again, the City of Bellevue Conflict Resolution Program can provide assistance. Business Impact Northwest. We're working closely with Martha and Economic Development to make sure that we are both seeing landlords, both with their business hat on, as well as calling to look for assistance for their tenants. And then finally, the Rental Housing Association of Washington website is providing some resources to landlords. For homeowners, there's a homeowner assistance fund that will be up and running beginning in 2022. Right now, they are setting up a limited pilot for the remainder of 2021. And then there's also the Washington Home Ownership Resource Center that is available to assist homeowners. So some words about our outreach and engagement to the community. As you know, we have our web page on the city's website with assistance in a number of languages. We had our news release that went out on June 25th and was picked up by the Kirkland Reporter. A mailer went out to every address in Kirkland that was delivered on or about June 30th. We've done a number of social media posts. Of course, attention to these services in This Week in Kirkland, as well as Biz News. Through these modes of communication, we have received over 50 phone calls and emails, and we are learning a number of things. From tenants, of course, we're learning that they are incredibly stressed about owing rent. Some of them have already signed up for King County and are just waiting to see if they get assisted. Some have been unable to navigate the website, King County's website, and so staff has been able to assist them with signing up for the program. We're identifying residents who do not qualify for the King County program because of their AMI. And we're also hearing from residents who have rental assistance needs that are not related to COVID-19. And this is really kind of making visible the subset of population of Kirkland who are cost burdened on a regular basis, who typically are in a fixed income, but their rent keeps going up, so they're paying 50, 60, even 70% of their income on rent, and so oftentimes get behind on rent because they have other needs. We're also hearing tenants are struggling with additional expenses, the number one being medical expenses, but we're also hearing from folks who are so terrified to not pay their rent that they used a credit card they had, and now they have credit card debt and are no longer qualify for rental assistance program. From landlords, we're hearing from landlords who really are interested in connecting their tenants to resources, and they're wanting to better understand the tenant protections that are in place. So what we're seeing is our landlords that do not have attorneys, do not have legal representation, and even have limited understanding of their own leases and are really struggling how to navigate the waters right now. Also wanted to share that we heard from a local storage facility who called to let us know that they've seen a number of people come in to start storing their belongings because they have self-evicted and have lost their housing. And this facility is really concerned that these people are going to lose all of their belongings because they are not able to keep up with their payments, their rental payments for the storage unit. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, who will start off his part of the discussion with our local moratorium.
Thank you, Leslie. Good evening again, Council. Maybe we could pause. Does Council have any questions for Leslie before I do my 3 slides, and then Leslie will finish up, and then we'll also be available for questions at that time. But do you have questions now that you'd like to ask, or should I just jump into my 3 slides?
Council? I think you should go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. There's Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one quick clarification question for Leslie. Leslie, when you were discussing the tenant pool, I heard you say something about the program making or polling. I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Either pooling or polling tenants and over the next several months. I just wanted to make sure I understood how we expect the tenant pool funding to roll out and how quickly tenants are indeed. Obviously, we're forecasting here a little bit, but how quickly we really do expect our Kirkland tenants to be able to access the EPRAP funds from King County?
I would assume, and this is all, we're making some assumptions just to, as you can imagine, each time one of our team, my team members go to a meeting, we're learning more information. But from what we understand is there are polls, so King County staff is polling a certain number of households each week and then assigning them to a contracted agency to process those applications. They have not been able to fully process any to this point because they are still working on some of their systems, so they are not fully operational at this time. And I would expect it would be multiple months that they are pulling residents. So I would not expect that they would have been able to serve everyone, by, for example, the end of September. I would expect that they're pulling people in October, November, and December.
Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, thank you. Leslie's going to maintain control of the deck and help me get through my 3 slides, and then she'll finish up, and then we'll be available for questions. So you adopted Ordinance 04759 at your June 15th meeting, a temporary moratorium on eviction of residential tenants. And at the time, of course, it was about 2 weeks before the scheduled expiration of the governor's statewide residential eviction moratorium. And on June 30th, and we couldn't know whether that was going to lapse or be extended or changed. And so you acted to make sure that Kirkland tenants enjoyed protections regardless of what the governor ended up doing on June 30th. But you asked us to come back at this meeting and report to you on the status of the moratorium in Kirkland, on the status, if any, of the governor's statewide moratorium, and to update you on the programs that Leslie has just discussed. Unlike the governor's statewide residential tenant eviction moratorium, which prohibited actions against tenants behind on their rent because of COVID, our ordinance in Kirkland confers a defense that a tenant can use in court if an unlawful detainer action has been brought. It gives the tenant the ability to argue to a court that the reason they're behind on rent is because of COVID. And if they can prove that, our ordinance makes that a defense in court. It's not a prohibition on the bringing of unlawful detainer actions. It's just simply a defense that's offered to tenants. I'm going to describe a couple of elements of the current ordinance, and then in a couple of minutes, we'll talk more about policy options that are before you tonight in terms of the ordinance, leaving it in place, amending it, or repealing it. The first, yes, same slide. So the first thing I want to mention about the moratorium is that it creates a defense against non-payment of rent due to COVID during the period beginning in February and running through September. Second, it specifically calls out the ability of landlords to bring unlawful detainer actions, even against tenants who are behind on rent, even against tenants who are behind rent based on COVID, when there's a significant and immediate risk to health, safety, or property of others due to actions of the resident. And this was included in the governor's statewide moratorium that lapsed at the end of June. We included it in our June 15th ordinance. This particular provision didn't end up being part of the June 29th bridge proclamation that I'll be talking about in a minute that the governor issued to sort of replace the statewide moratorium that had been in place before that. Our ordinance also acknowledges that with 60 days notice, an owner can bring an action to evict a tenant if the owner has indicated its intent to occupy the premises personally or to sell the premises. And it also would allow, as I mentioned, an action to be brought for unpaid rent if it was not due to the pandemic. As I mentioned previously, our ordinance is in place to the end of September of this year, and that happens to be the same period in which the governor's bridge proclamation is also expected to extend. So let me turn real quickly to policy options and actually say a little bit more about this. You have several options and probably others that aren't listed on this slide, but one is to leave the moratorium in place. A second would be to amend the ordinance, perhaps to clarify its intent. A third option would be to repeal it as no longer necessary. Let me address the second and the third points very briefly. First, the possibility that you may decide to amend the ordinance as early as tonight to clarify the ordinance. You have heard a strong landlord perspective that the ordinance as enacted by creating a defense for residential tenants in Kirkland that are behind on their rent because of COVID, that could be construed as a defense against any unlawful detainer action, which was not the city's intent. We've also heard the strong viewpoint expressed from a landlord perspective that by identifying specifically the ability of a landlord to bring an action immediately, regardless of rent status, based on a significant and immediate risk to health, safety, or property of others due to actions of the resident, which, as I mentioned, was carried forward to our ordinance from the governor's statewide moratorium, but not continued in his bridge proclamation, that we had created the potential for confusion amongst landlords and tenants about whether unlawful detainer actions could be brought for other reasons, unrelated to non-payment of rent, unrelated to significant and immediate risks to health, safety, or property. For example, violation of laws or breaches of lease or community standards that regulate by covenant the relationships between homeowners within a neighborhood. To an extent, I would say that the comments that you heard during items from the audience from Angela Rosman sort of get to those concerns, not at the level of detail that I just described, but that's, I think, what was behind the concern that we heard expressed. And so one possibility that is before you would be to amend the ordinance to clarify it, to make it clear that we're offering a defense against the non-payment of rent during the COVID period, but that doesn't mean that you can break a law or break your lease or not pay rent for reasons unrelated to COVID. And can we make that clearer in our ordinance so that there's not confusion amongst the landowner community, landlord community or the tenant community? That's one possibility. And the second possibility, and it's the one that's identified as number 3 here, is consider that you could consider repealing the ordinance as no longer necessary. And the premise here would be that we didn't know on June 15th, but we knew on June 29th, and we know now that the governor issued a new bridge proclamation that he intends to allow tenants to bridge from the end of his statewide moratorium to the end of September, when he assumes that new protections will be in place that will benefit both landlords and tenants. You may decide that because the subject matter is overlapping to a certain extent, and that's now in place, and it's a statewide standard, that we don't need a different standard or a concurrent set of regulations in Kirkland. So that sort of tees up some of the policy options that we see as being before you tonight, if you choose to. In our staff recommendation, we suggested that you give us guidance tonight and that we bring something back to you, but we also understand that there's interest on the part of many members of the council in considering taking action sooner. So I spent a lot of time on that slide, but I wanted to just to sort of acknowledge why the sort of amend and repeal options are so significant so soon. So, okay, Leslie, I'll do the next slide and I'll go through this pretty quickly. So as I mentioned before, the Governor's Bridge Proclamation was announced on June 29th. It went into effect the day before the statewide eviction moratorium proclamation lapsed. And as I mentioned before, it's intended to be a bridge to full implementation of one of several new statutes that the Washington legislature passed and that the governor signed into law at the end of the 2021 legislative session. The statute, which is included with your council materials, is long and complicated, and I'm not going to try to go through all of it, but would be happy to try to answer questions. But it has at least 3 very significant elements. One is the assumption that in every county in Washington, there will be rental assistance programs in place for tenants and landlords. A second is that there will be an eviction dispute resolution program throughout the state so that landlords and tenants who are in disagreement about the tenancy status and back rent and other issues that may be presented have an opportunity to informally, but through a formal process, resolve those differences. And then the third, which isn't going to be in place right away, but will be in place by next year, is state-funded legal counsel for indigent tenants. Okay, so that's sort of the framework for the bridge proclamation that the governor has issued and that applies statewide. It offers rent protections to tenants, residential tenants that have fallen behind on rent because of COVID from the period beginning with the declaration of the emergency at the end of February in 2020 through the end of July of this year. And it restricts eviction actions for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19 in that time frame until both programs are operational in an affected county, so that in King County there would have to be a certified rental assistance program for landlords and tenants in place. There would have to be a certified eviction dispute resolution program in place. And if someone's behind on the rent and those two programs are in place and available, and a tenant declines to participate in both of those programs, an unlawful detainer action could be brought under the governor's bridge proclamation against a tenant that's behind on rent. The governor's treatment of the months of August and September is different than the city's treatment of August and September in our eviction moratorium. The governor is assuming that beginning in August and September, resources may be available to landlords and tenants that should make it easier, should make it possible for tenants that are behind on rent to pay their rent during those 2 months. But his bridge proclamations makes it very clear that you still can't bring an eviction action because someone has fallen behind in August and September if rent's been paid, or rent's been paid in part pursuant to a reasonable payment plan that the landlord and the tenant have agreed to, or if the tenant has pending a rental assistance application that hasn't yet been honored or acted upon, but it's pending, or a rental assistance program is not up and running in the county in which the property is located. So there's sort of a general expectation that in August and September, tenants will be paying rent, but there's some important caveats to that. And one of the important caveats is that rental assistance is not yet available. So I think that's maybe important to remember. And more generally, although the bridge proclamation doesn't say it in so many words, it really does assume that these programs for rental assistance and dispute resolution will be in place by the end of September, because that's when the bridge proclamation is set to expire. And at the same time, the governor's made it very clear that if rental assistance and dispute resolution are not available in the county in which a tenant lives, that a moratorium is still in effect for the most part. Okay, so that's a lot of information. Happy to answer any questions about that. In fact, maybe I'll stop there because the last slide is going to be directed at talking about a new statewide law that was passed last session that is basically a just cause eviction statute that we want to make sure that you are aware of. But if you have questions that you want to ask me now about the relationship between our moratorium and the governor's bridge proclamation, or the concerns that were expressed, or how we might address it or not address it, I'd be happy to take those now or later.
Super. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin, yeah, I just have a couple questions just for clarification. So the first question I had was, is providing defense to tenants better or worse than a prohibition against eviction as in the governor's proclamation? So because my understanding is ours provides a defense to tenants rather than just a complete prohibition against eviction. The governor's provides a prohibition against eviction. And I'm trying to understand what's
it's a really good question. And it really goes to whether you think you need both, whether they serve different purposes or different needs. And the better or worse question really maybe depends on the perspective of whether you're a landlord or whether you're a tenant. Because if you're a tenant, you would prefer the bridge proclamation and the prior statewide moratorium that prohibited the bringing of an action based on non-payment of rent due to COVID. In the case of the city of Kirkland's moratorium and its conferral of a defense and not a prohibition on the action, it assumes that an action's been brought. And it requires the tenant, if the action is brought, to satisfy a court that they're behind on rent because of COVID. So if you're a tenant, you probably prefer not to have to make that defense because the action wasn't brought in the first place. And if you're a landlord, you probably prefer to have the ability to bring an action and then to put the onus on a tenant to demonstrate to the satisfaction of a court that the reason they're behind on rent is because of COVID. So it depends on your perspective, and the approaches are different.
So the prohibition is not a defense by itself.
No, the defense assumes that an action has been brought, and it gives a tenant the ability to say, I want to defend myself against this unlawful detainer action being brought against me by my landlord by demonstrating to you that I've had a substantial loss in income or a substantial increase in expenses due to COVID. And if I can convince you of that, then I get to stay. But a prohibition means that you don't go there in the first place, I guess.
Okay. That's a very helpful explanation. And then the second question I had was, under the governor's proclamation, it prevents eviction, in August, September, if a tenant is paying partial rent with an agreement with the landlord. So it doesn't say the percentage. I mean, theoretically, partial rent could be 20% or something if there was an agreement, right? It doesn't stipulate what partial means, correct?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think there are 4 different elements to what the governor has said have to be in place in order for a landlord to pursue an unlawful detainer action based on non-payment of rent in August and September. And the first is, if the tenant has paid August and September, you can't bring the action. If the tenant has paid part of the rent that is owed pursuant to an agreement with the landlord. So in other words, the tenant doesn't get to say, I'm going to pay $5. There has to be an agreement between the landlord and the tenant. And then the tenant, if the tenant follows through, you can't bring an action based on incomplete payment of rent in August and September. Similarly, if you haven't paid rent in August and September, but you've applied for rental assistance, but you haven't had that acted on yet, your landlord can't bring an action against you for non-payment of rent in August and September. And similarly, if rental assistance isn't available, it's sort of stayed pending the availability of that broader rental assistance.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Kevin before we move on? Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, next slide,
Okay,
Leslie.
Kevin, I do have one comment.
Oh, sure.
So on that slide, it seems like the August-September strategy is a wish that a program is in place, but a sort of a hanging on just in case it isn't, right?
It's hard, it's impossible for me. I mean, I would just be like anyone else, honestly, I would just be speculating, but it seemed to me that the legislature had told the governor and that the governor had concluded that we were entering a new phase of the pandemic and that at the end of June, things had to change. And one of the things that changed for Governor Inslee was his view that, okay, there's something about August and September that's different than February of 20 through July of 21. And that is that things are getting better. And my hope, I'm speaking for the governor, my expectation is that landlords and tenants will work together and that tenants can begin paying rent in those months, because we're in a different phase and help is on the way, and it may be there in August, it may be there in September. The governor, hope it is.
But if it isn't?
But if it isn't, there's sort of off ramps, which is to say, hey, the money's not available, or I've applied, but I haven't gotten my rental assistance yet, but you and I had an agreement and I've been paying on it, or wait a minute, I paid rent for those months. So don't come after me for something that happened, before then.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the last slide for me, and I can be quick about it, is just to remind you of engrossed substitute House Bill 1236 that was passed during the 2021 legislative session. It's statewide. It amends the Landlord-Tenant Act, and it's along the lines of what we've been calling a just cause eviction statute, which I know has been of interest to the council. And in this instance, it applies statewide. It's the law of the state. It's in effect now. And it allows a landlord to initiate an unlawful detainer action in certain circumstances that, in the judgment of the state, constitute just cause. And we've talked about these kinds of categories before, but basically, and it includes rent default. I mean, basically, you haven't paid rent. I've asked you over and over again, and I've given you notice, and you haven't paid. And at some point, defaulting on rent is considered just cause by the new state law. But others that we've talked about before too, like waste or nuisance, or the owner's intending to personally occupy the premises or to sell it or to convert it, or it's been condemned as uninhabitable, or it turns out that the tenant, in applying for the tenancy, made material misrepresentations in the application, or there have been multiple repeat violations of a lease. All of those constitute inappropriate cases, just cause for a landlord to initiate an eviction action against a tenant. But absent one of those reasons, just cause doesn't exist. And the ability with the enactment of this new law makes it much more difficult for a landlord to end a relationship with a tenant, whether or not there's something in writing in place. Now, there's one off-ramp for landlords, and it's specific. It says that if you have a written lease with your tenant that's between 6 months and 12 months in duration, and if you provided your tenant with at least 60 days written notice of your intent to terminate the lease at the end of its term, you can get out from under that lease, even if the tenant's paying rent, the premises haven't been wasted or condemned or whatever. But absent that, the tenant has a right to stay basically on a periodic month-to-month basis. And the relationship can't be ended absent something that doesn't amount to just cause. And finally, the statute subjects landlords to potentially significant penalties for evicting someone or threatening to evict someone without just cause. And that includes economic and direct and indirect damages that a tenant suffers, attorney's fees that a tenant incurs, and even court costs. So as Leslie talks next about other things the council could consider doing, we wanted to make sure that you were aware of this statute because it's been an issue of interest to you in the past. Okay, Leslie, I think I'm done.
Great.
Thank you guys for listening.
Thanks, Kevin.
So some additional tenant protections that have been suggested by the Northwest Justice Project is to expand notification time for rent increases. Some advocates are also calling for a cap in how much rent can be increased, a cap on move-in fees, a cap on late fees, allowing rent due dates to align with when folks on fixed income receive their monthly stipend, further strengthen just cause, limit signatory requirements, ban the requirement of providing a social security number, and banning abusive, deceptive, and unfair practices in rental housing. Our final step is to get council direction. So our first question is regarding the Kirkland temporary moratorium and looking for feedback on whether you like to amend or repeal, and if amend, if you would like it to match the statewide moratorium or to address the landlord concerns. presented to you? And does the council still wish to explore additional tenant protections? And we have a staff recommendation on this item. We are recommending the deferral of this decision until August 4th so that staff can get you a more detailed memo that outlines each potential tenant protection, provide an outreach plan to the community, as well as answer any additional questions that you have for us this evening.
Okay. Any questions before I call on Councilmember Nixon? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The city attorney sent us 2 draft ordinances this afternoon. One to repeal Ordinance 4759 in its entirety, one to amend it for various clarifications. I move that we adopt the ordinance to repeal Ordinance 4759 in its entirety.
Second.
City manager or city attorney, is that the correct ordinance number?
Yeah, I've gotten from the city clerk ordinance numbers that we can use. So for the repeal ordinance that Councilmember Nixon has moved and that Councilmember Pascal seconded, that would be ordinance, it would be assigned ordinance number 04764.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just amend that to 4764, Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to adopt ordinance 4764. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe, based on the presentation that we've received tonight and other study, that the differences between what the governor's orders do and what Ordinance 4759 does do not justify exposing the city to the litigation that could occur if we keep Ordinance 4759 in place. I think it's inevitable that if a tenant attempts to assert the defense that the city claims to create, that the city will get sucked into as maybe even a co-defendant in any unlawful detainer action. I simply, as I stated at our last meeting, I simply do not believe that we should be dealing with landlord-tenant law at the city level. The simple fact is that just as we saw the governor do, if the rental assistance programs are not in place by the end of September so that there's a smooth transition, you can bet that the governor will extend his order again. I therefore believe that we should join our neighboring cities, not step away from them with a separate law that we would have to defend, and we should repeal Ordinance 4759 in its entirety. And I urge you to vote to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on our discussion last time, it was my understanding that if the state, that we would not have enacted a moratorium if the state had taken earlier action to extend. And we were also concerned about that there weren't programs up and running to provide rental assistance to those that were struggling. And the governor's proclamation seems to address these original goals that we had. And then the other thing that I've been thinking about is continue to think about these unintended consequences where over time, this is going to lead, taking these local actions are really going to lead to a reduction in the number of rental units in the future as more landlords get out of the business due to the risks and the costs. And that's a real concern, and it goes against, I think, what we're trying to achieve as a community. And one of the items that I mentioned in my speaking points, I guess it was a month ago now, was that the eviction moratorium should focus on those most in need. So to have a higher chance of success come September, the end of September, we really should be encouraging tenants to work with landlords to pay partial rent or to seek rental assistance, actively seek rental assistance. We should, and if they're doing that, they should be protected. I believe that our moratorium that's more broad disincentivizes them to do so, and then ultimately doesn't lead to a solution once we reach the end of September. So I support this repeal and hope my colleagues do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you might expect, I have a different interpretation than Councilmember Nixon. I believe these two actions are complementary in their protection, and that the risk of the city is low. The governor's proclamation prohibits any action from being taken. And so because our ordinance provides a defense, if no action is taken, then we're not providing a defense that would put the city at legal risk. The risk would happen if, for some reason, the governor's proclamation was rescinded or is invalid. And that's why I think it's important to have this complementary action. There was actually language in Senate Bill 5160 that said the eviction moratorium will end on June 30th. So there also is some potential legal risk that the governor's proclamation could not be extended. So I think it's important to have that backup protection. In addition, the differences in August and September would have a financial impact on tenants if we were to repeal, and I'm not interested in backtracking. Finally, we haven't heard any community feedback asking for repeal, not even from landlords. So I would urge opposing ordinance 4764, and we'll be proposing another ordinance that would clarify and perhaps fix some of the concerns we've heard about our moratorium. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity in hopefully in a few minutes to to consider clarifying our ordinance to make our legislative intent clear and making sure that our ordinance comports to the policy objective that we're trying to achieve on June 15th. The only thing I would say about the repeal is I just, I'm not going to be supporting the repeal for some of the reasons that the deputy mayor mentioned, but also I want to keep in mind that one of the relief programs, so to speak, that we were seeking to bridge our tenants who are tenants, and our landlords. One of the relief programs we were seeking to bridge to was not just the funding programs, but it was also the right to counsel, and we know that the right to counsel, which we discussed in June, is not going that which is all charitable pro bono legal counsel. It's not going to be available until September. So for that reason alone, it still makes sense for us to have the protections in place through September. We don't know for sure what the situation will be with the governor's moratorium, because it does have these off-ramp elements to it. And we know how important legal counsel is to tenants who are being evicted, especially those who are most vulnerable, and how important it is that they seek a limited order limiting dissemination of their eviction, so that it doesn't become a barrier to future housing. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support the repeal, but I am looking forward to the opportunity in a few minutes, hopefully, to consider addressing some of our specific landlord concerns with some clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, I just want to say that I am going to support this repeal for the same reasons that I stated in our original discussion, and actually I'm in agreement with almost everything Councilmember Pascal said. I don't believe that this is something that cities should deal with individually. And with that, if there is no further discussion, I'm going to, question is on the motion to adopt ordinance 4764, moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
No.
Councilmember Curtis,
No.
Councilmember Falcone,
No.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
No.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. Motion fails. So that further discussion on the options that we have laid before us. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council's heard from constituents directly via our Kirkland and through the email and public comment from Robert Pantley and Angela Rosman about concerns about tenant behavior that doesn't rise to the level of significant and immediate risk to health, safety, and property. I believe our intention with our original eviction moratorium was focused on providing that bridge until rental assistance programs come online for those folks that were solely financially facing eviction. And we did not intend to preclude actions regarding tenant behavior for things like noise, harassment, disruptive behavior, or other things prohibited in their lease. So I am proposing ordinance 4763, which amends our original ordinance. I would like to move ordinance 4763, which amends our original ordinance, but would be more consistent with the governor's proclamation and would allow for other actions not related to COVID non-payment of rent.
Second.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Black to adopt ordinance 4763, amending our original ordinance. Discussion.
Madam Mayor, I know that we have circulated this via email. I'm wondering if the city attorney has a summary of the ordinance or could bring the text of it up.
That would be helpful.
Well, I circulated a table that offers a very high level comparison between the governor's bridge proclamation and our current ordinance. In terms of the new ordinance, Councilmember Nixon, you'll have to help me again. This is the moment I was hoping to avoid. I'm going to have to find that and call it up. So not because you're not entitled to see it, just because I'm inept. So I'm going to try share screen and see if I can find that ordinance for you. Hang on one second, please.
Because I have it without a number. If you want me to share the ordinance itself.
That would be great, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, the one I have doesn't have an ordinance number yet either. I just got that from the city clerk at the break.
Okay. I haven't done this in a while.
I'll owe somebody. I think I had my screen share on. Sorry, I'm off now.
Okay. I think it's right here. I can't tell if anybody can see it.
Yes, we can.
We can see.
Yes, we can, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, did you want me to walk through this or?
Sure, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I started with the ordinance that you adopted in June and left most of the whereas provisions intact as initially adopted, but updated events to acknowledge the lapse of the governor's initial statewide eviction moratorium, the adoption of his bridge proclamation, and to sort of update our concerns that he might not do something, but he did. And to then acknowledge, Mayor, if you can go down a little bit to the bottom before the
End of page 1.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, go one more page for me, please. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Great. Okay, so at the top of page 3 here, the council did adopt the ordinance, and then the emergency proclamation did expire, and then the bridge proclamation was issued. And the next whereas provision and these are all new provisions, acknowledges that the bridge proclamation covers the same subject matter area and more, but that there are differences between our moratorium and the bridge proclamation. And one of the areas in particular that's different is the treatment of non-payment of rent in August and September, or the expectations around that. It then goes on to include a couple of whereas provisions that acknowledge the council's intent to continue to support tenants that are facing eviction, but to also recognize that landowners are not precluded from bringing unlawful detainer action against tenants who have not paid rent for reasons unrelated to COVID, or who have presented a significant immediate risk, or who have breached the lease in a material way, or created unlawful conditions or nuisances, or some of the other things that were mentioned, and to therefore clarify some of the provisions from the original moratorium that was adopted. So section 1 of ordinance 4763 is a partial rewrite of section 1 of the ordinance that you adopted in June. And it simply says that it's a defense that unpaid rent became due during the emergency proclamation and through September 30th and was unpaid because of a substantial increase in costs due to COVID. The notice in bold that landlords would have to give tenants if an unlawful detainer action were to be brought has been amended to add the word solely. So it now would say you may not be evicted solely for rent that became due during the City of Kirkland's proclamation emergency, if your rent was unpaid because of substantial reduction in household income or substantial increases in expenses. So it's an effort in this first section to acknowledge that unlawful detainer actions could be brought for other reasons, but that you can't be evicted solely because you're behind on rent because of COVID during the period beginning in February all the way through the end of September. Section 2 amends Section 3 of the ordinance that you adopted on June 15th in a more substantive way to make it clear that the defense that's available to a tenant for being behind on rent because of COVID is not available in other circumstances where a landlord has brought an unlawful detainer action for a lawful reason. And this reads, until no earlier than September 30th, and except as allowed under section 1 above, that's the non-payment of rent due to COVID and the defense that's offered in connection with that, a landlord shall not seek to remove a tenant from residential property unless the landlord attaches a declaration with an eviction, compliance, or termination of tenancy notice, attesting that the action is necessary to enforce a term of the lease or rental agreement then in force for that tenant, the rules and regulations of the community or local, state, or federal laws. So what has been stripped out is the specific reference to one type of tenant problem, namely the significant immediate risk to health, safety, and property. And it acknowledges that could be included in an eviction notice, but that other reasons could also be included, including, breaches of leases and violation of other laws or community regulations. So that's the main change to Section 3 of the ordinance that you previously adopted, and that's embodied confusingly in Section 2 of this ordinance. Section 3 amends Section 4 of the ordinance you adopted. It adds just a phrase to the end of subsection C that makes it clear that if pursuant to a lease, a tenant is responsible for the actions of their guests or invitees, people that are staying there or whatever, those actions by guests and invitees can form the basis for an eviction action against a tenant if that's something the tenant has made a promise to the landlord about in a written lease. And so that's really it. Everything else would remain in place. Happy to answer more questions, but the main thing that we wanted to do was to make it clear that you have a defense against non-payment of rent due to COVID, but that's not a defense that can be used in other circumstances, and that we are not telling landlords that they can't bring lawful, unlawful detainer actions for other reasons unrelated to non-payment of rent due to COVID.
Thanks, Kevin. Councilmember Black, do you want me to stop screen sharing so that we can talk, or do you want this left up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's up to my colleagues. At some point during this discussion, I'm planning to propose an amendment to clarify just a couple of points. So it might be helpful at some point for me to put that up. But
okay, then I'll stop sharing.
Okay. So I guess I don't know whether to discuss my support for the motion. Obviously, I seconded it, or propose the clarifications. Just what would be most helpful. I can move.
It depends on how much discussion folks want to have with regard to this. Deputy Mayor Arnold, do you want to speak to your motion?
Only to say that Kevin's outlined how we go about changes that would address the concerns about tenant behavior. And then I also just wanted to thank the work of the city attorney in looking at my amendment, Councilmember Nixon's amendment, and Councilmember Black's upcoming amendment to my ordinance, all on short notice, so we could consider them this evening. I really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Black, you want to proceed?
Yeah, I think the most efficient thing to do is just go ahead and move for an amendment.
Yes.
We don't need to have that much discussion. So, would it help to? So these are amendments in red line strike format that I circulated to the council I think just prior to the business meeting, and they clarify a couple points that I think will help address particularly the concerns raised by landlord constituents that we've heard from. I think they will also provide a clear standard for the court to apply, which is certainly important. I think they'll reduce the amount of confusion between.
Councilmember Black, why don't you put those up on why don't you share that screen?
Okay. I always have to make sure I share the right screen. What screen are you seeing?
It's got blue on and yeah.
If you see it scrolling, then we're all seeing the right screen.
Okay, you are scrolling.
Okay, so the first amendment I would propose is to section 1. It's on line 159 and 160. I would just clarify the intent that nothing in this section 1 is intended to bar an action taken by a landlord consistent with section 3 below. Section 3 being, of course, the section of our ordinance that does that bars eviction proceedings except in certain cases. And we're proposing with Deputy Mayor's amendment to clarify that violations of a lease agreement, violations of law, or violations of community regulations would be a justifiable basis for an eviction, even during the Kirkland's moratorium. So I would add that. Then on lines 166 and 167, I'm just noting here that the exception for what is allowed under section 1 doesn't make as much sense as we would like it to for legal advisors who are
Oh, shoot.
because section 1 doesn't really allow landlords to do anything. It's a defense. Oh, what's that?
You went away for a
Oh,
sec.
am I? Okay. I can turn my video off. If that helps. Can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll just keep talking. So since we have the clarification that I'm proposing in section 1, it makes more sense for the exception in the beginning of section 3 to just clarify that section 3 does not limit the defense to an unlawful detainer action in the circumstances forth in section 1, which is the application of a defense for non-payment of rent if the tenant can bear the burden of showing that their inability to pay rent was due to substantial effects from COVID. And that clarifies what is otherwise a confusing exception. And then in the remainder of the paragraph, we need to create a clear legal standard. And what we had before did not really establish a clear legal standard. What it stated was just that the landlord had to attach a declaration. And what we really want is we want to establish a legal standard stating that the tenant has violated the lease or rental agreement, has violated the rules and regulations of the community, violated local, state, or federal law. And then as a matter of process, the landlord attaches a declaration attesting to that fact to any eviction notice or any compliance notice or any termination notice that's related thereto. And so that becomes part of the process, that becomes part of the transparency to the tenant. And that is the nature of my amendments. Again, the point of them is to make sure we have a clear legal standard that an adjudicator can apply and fairly adjudicate. That we don't create any unnecessary confusion among landlord advisors or tenant advisors or they themselves. I think that's it. With that, I'll stop right there and I guess I spoke in favor of my motion before it had been seconded, so I apologize for that, but that was part of the step in the process. So I am going to move this amendment.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the amendment as is displayed. Any further discussion? Okay, since this is an amendment to the ordinance, do I need this to be a roll call vote?
Yes.
In which case, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. The amendment passes. The question is now on the motion to pass ordinance 4763, moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This replacement ordinance continues to assert that a city can create an affirmative defense that overrides a state law, in this case, the Unlawful Detainer Act. In my opinion, that is inconsistent with the state constitution. I believe the city, in passing this ordinance, is making a false promise to tenants, because if they tried to assert this defense, it would not be upheld in court. The city should not make such false promises. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If the city wants to help keep people who are in true need from being evicted, then the city should pay their rent for them, not just tell housing providers to suck it up and take the loss, or make a promise to them that they will be made whole at some future time when that is very unlikely for most of them. The city could spend down reserves, cut other spending, or use ARPA funds to pay for rental subsidies. But we should not put the burden of helping tenants in need entirely on the backs of the housing providers, who are so important to our community and contribute so much to our community. It is just flatly unfair. Our housing providers have done nothing wrong. They are not evil. They should not be treated like they are criminals through deprivation of their rights. This replacement ordinance would continue to violate the rights of housing providers, just like Ordinance 4759. The city has given a clear message to housing providers that they should not build or own rental properties in Kirkland, because the city is ready and willing to take their property or take the use of their property to achieve the city's social goals. That trust was broken by Ordinance 4759. This ordinance does not fix it. We will see more and more rental housing units sold to be owner occupied as more housing providers realize the city does not respect their property rights anymore. I voted no on Ordinance 4759. This replacement may be less bad, but it is still badly flawed. And so I will vote no on this version as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will be supporting this. That doesn't come as a surprise to anyone. Talking about ARPA, Councilmember Mixon did mention ARPA funds. I mean, that's really what we're doing. These are ARPA funds, and we talked a lot in the lead up to the this stage of the pandemic. We talked a lot as a city about how we were going to help fill the gaps and stay in our lane, in it, so to speak, with respect to providing funding. And what we have is I think when Leslie spoke in our presentation, we have $200 million of state and federal funds that are poised to be distributed to landlords and tenants, but the programs aren't there yet. So what we're really doing here is it's a temporary measure to bridge to those funds. Those are ARPA funds. So I just want to make sure that's clear. My sense is there's nothing in the temporary action that we're taking to provide support for landlords and tenants to bridge them to the ARPA funds that are going to be available. There's nothing that criminalizes landlords. I don't get a sense of that at all. I mean, really, the city, as we all know, has implemented a fairly robust eviction diversion program with outreach and navigation to try to make sure landlords and tenants are able to stay housed and get paid through the relief programs that we as a large society have decided make sense at this stage of the pandemic. And then, on the takings issue, takings property rights takings is a complex legal issue we're not going to get into today. If we did get into it, it would probably be the proper subject of a executive session. But if these temporary eviction moratoriums, like adopted here in the state of Washington, like adopted here very temporarily in the city of Kirkland, like adopted and just recently extended in the state of Texas, if those were takings under takings principles of the Constitution, we would see widespread takings claims being made. They're just not. So on the takings, on the legal issue associated with takings, I just don't think there's enough there for us not to take these steps to protect our tenants, to bridge this gap to legal relief and steer people toward that, and then ultimately make our landlords whole. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I will not be supporting this ordinance this evening because nothing has changed as far as I'm concerned. The governor already built the bridge. I feel like this is redundant and that we don't need to do it. So if there is no further discussion, the question is on the motion to approve ordinance 4763 as amended, moved by Councilmember Black and seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
No.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
No, the motion passes. Ordinance 4763 as amended is approved. Okay, I believe that's it. Now we move into reports. City Council regional and committee reports. And if you could stop sharing your screen, Councilmember Black.
No problem. I wish somebody had said something earlier. I almost forgot. Thank you. There you go.
Okay, and who do I see first? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple things to highlight, and I believe some other folks will report on some things. On July 9th, the East Side Transportation Partnership had a review with Sound Transit on their realignment process. Councilmember Black sent around a summary on that. Basically for the projects that impact Kirkland, the 405 BRT North Line under the Sound Transit Board Chair's realignment proposal would be delayed to 2027. County Councilmember Balducci talked a little bit during ETP about a alternative she was working on that would keep projects closer to their schedule. I sent around about an hour ago a white paper from Councilmember Balducci's staff that outlines a little further details on that particular proposal. I would like to get support from the council to support Councilmember Balducci's amendments if they bring in the schedule on the 405 North BRT without significant changes to scope for the Kirkland projects. Right now, the white paper kind of outlines some principles and approaches. I don't yet know, and this is something very fluid, we don't yet know what the impacts are on the project schedules. Is that something we could get broad support on? The Sound Transit Board meeting is this Thursday for discussion on these amendments.
Council, could we give blanket approval for that with knowing that Deputy Mayor Arnold is paying pretty close attention? I got nods. Okay.
Okay,
right.
Thank you. I also will note on July 13th, I attended the Sustainability Ambassadors meeting. This is a group of high school students working on sustainability issues and integrating them into their curriculum. They talked about different things in Kirkland's sustainability master plan and how some student projects could be part of advancing some of the goals there. It was a very inspirational discussion with some very talented, ambitious, and savvy and smart young people. Really, if you have an opportunity to join the Sustainability Ambassadors event, I definitely would recommend it. Thank you.
Couldn't agree with you more. Next person I see is Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, it took me a while to find the unmute button. I first want to, as a kind of point of personal privilege, thank my fellow council members for their tolerance of my ranting. There are a few things that I'm quite passionate about. Property rights is one of them. So, but thank you for that. Nothing personal is intended by my remarks. It's all about issues and principles. Just a couple of things to remind people of that I'm looking forward to. This coming Saturday at 2 p.m., we have the induction ceremony for Wes Carpenter into the Plaza of Champions. And I hope many of us can make it to that. And then in a little over a week, on Wednesday, the 28th at 4 p.m., we have the grand opening of Totem Lake Park and the Totem Lake Gateway improvements, and the groundbreaking for the Totem Lake Connector and the intersection improvements at 120th Avenue and Totem Lake Boulevard. So great events for the city. We encourage people in the community to come as well. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
I have nothing to report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things. Tomorrow I have the Regional Transit Committee meeting. And one of the good things that I read in the packet is that Metro plans to fully restore all Metro service by spring of 2022 for all the routes. So it's good news all around. The only other thing is that it's about an 80% chance, I'll give it that I will not be available for the August meeting. So assuming I won't be there, I'd ask for you to excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm feeling about 50-50 on August too. You guys, no, all right. So couple quick things. The mayor already mentioned East Side Transportation Partnership, of course. I attended on July 8th, along with the mayor, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity Summit held by the Greater Kirkland Chamber of Commerce. And it was just a wonderful event, wonderful discussion, wonderful panelists who volunteered their time. The mayor gave a great speech about the work that the city's been doing. It's just really nice to see the energy and the passion from the community feed into what we're doing as a city, and then now see that that discussion being had with our business community too. So I hope a lot of good comes out of that, and it was great to see that discussion. I really appreciated it, and thanks to the mayor for giving a great speech.
Oh, thank you.
I think all of us, if I'm not mistaken, all of us attended either in person or virtually the community court graduation, which are folks who have been, who are in the justice system, in the municipal court in Kirkland, being diverted into our newly implemented community court, which I think we're all really proud of, and really proud of Judge Olson and his staff for rolling that out. And so it was just kind of a nice moment for me, and I think all of us to either see that in person or online and hear the stories. And I thought the judge did a really wonderful job. And so we're seeing those people. We saw three graduates who've done what was required of them by the judge with respect to the diversion and the services, and we're seeing them meet their requirements, and the judge signed the dismissal orders. So that was great. I'm just so glad that that's up and running and humming along so well. And then my council members should know that I did attend the RIA 8 Salmon Recovery Council meeting last week, and a summary of that is on its way to your inbox shortly. So that's a little bit slightly delayed. And that, one thing, I'm glad that Councilmember Nixon brought up Wes Carpenter's induction. I am going to be in Pullman this weekend, so I have called Shelley and let her know that I'm not going to be able to make it, and I've asked her to give my best to Wes. And I hope you guys represent us well, and that Wes has a wonderful induction ceremony. So thank you.
Super, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to report tonight.
Super. And I have very little left after everything else that's been reported out. The only thing that I've got that's different is just one subject that I wanted to mention. I think I sent you all the most recent notes from the MISWAC meeting. I'm going to continue to do that because of the significance of the Northeast Transfer Station process. Will be well recorded and updated by John as we move through that process. And also we are planning, and City Manager, I'm not sure when this is going to happen, but we are planning some major updates with regard to having a deeper discussion with what's going on at Cascade Water Alliance, as well as an update for all of you with regard to the Clean Water Plan. Unfortunately, we don't get particularly good notes from the Regional Water Quality Committee. So I'm going to be sending you some materials, but I think, I believe, Kurt, are we inviting the division to present?
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be coming soon. They're just such important bodies of work and so important to the future of the region and just what it's going to cost for us to continue living here. And that's all I got. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually don't have any reports, so just want to see if council members had any calendar suggestions or changes.
Council, you know, I didn't take a point of personal privilege, but I do want to just make one comment, and that is to tell you each how much I appreciate how much you love the city and how much you are trying to do the right thing every time we make a decision. So some of these things we're not going to agree on, but I just appreciate the candor and the willingness to just to lay it out there. So keep up the good work. City Manager, any calendar updates for you? Nope. Then I think we are ready to adjourn. In which case we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye, everyone. Have a good night.